the Police and Crime Panel's Secretariat. Welcome to today's annual general meeting of the Cheshire Police and Crime Panel. May I remind all attendees, please, that today's meeting is being streamed live to the public. The technology, of course, that we're using is new, and I'd ask those present to bear that in mind and to be tolerant if there are any teething problems. Thanks also to those who've taken part in rehearsals, etc., just to make sure that the technical stuff works. Very grateful for that because it will make for a smooth meeting. Now, as today's panel meeting is the annual general meeting. Unusually, I, as an officer of Cheshire East Council and head of the Secretariat, must deal with the first part of the agenda. So the first item is apologies for absence. May I ask my colleague Mr. Smith to let us know if we have any apologies today?
Thank you very much. We've had apologies from Councillor John Davison from Warrington, and she's been represented today by Councillor Amanda King, who, as some of you will know, is a former panel member.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. So we move then to item 2 of the agenda.
Always also give apologies for Brian Moore as well, as he's not here. He did ask to do that.
Thank you. We've recorded that, Amanda. That's great. Thank you. So we move now to item 2 on the agenda. This is the appointment of a chair for the 2020-2021 municipal year. And I ask now, please, for nominations for chair. Is there a nomination for chair for the next municipal year?
I'd like to nominate Evan Morris for chair for the coming municipal year.
I'd like to second that.
Thank you very much. Are there any other nominations for chair? I'm not hearing any other nominations, so can you please respond as I go down a roll call of members? I'm going to do this in alphabetical order. It's very important that for key voting that we do have an oral indication from each member of the panel, which will indicate support or against. So in other words, if members respond for to indicate their support, against to indicate that they do not support, or abstain for if a member does not wish to participate in the vote. So I'll start off with Rob Bissett. For. Thank you. And Amanda King.
For.
And Andrew Dawson.
For.
Martin Delaney.
For.
Paul Findlow.
For.
Mr. Bob Fouzer, I believe, has not joined the meeting at this stage, and Sally Hardwick.
For.
Laura Judah.
For.
Brian Marr, I believe, is not in the meeting. Apologies. Who is Brian substituted for? He's not substituted by anyone, so Brian Marr, we miss out. Evan Morris, please.
For.
And Norman Plumpton Walsh.
For.
Dave Thompson.
For.
And Mick Warren.
For.
So that is clearly in favour of Evan Morris as chairman of the panel for the 2020-21 municipal year. And may I therefore invite Evan Morris to take responsibility at the chair of this meeting and deal with the remainder of the business.
Okay, thank you, Brian. Thank you, members, for that vote. I appreciate that, and I hope I live up to your aspirations in the year ahead. If I move to item 3, the vote for the deputy chairman, do I have proposals?
I'd like to propose Councillor Dave Thompson. I'm happy to second that.
Thank you.
Martin Delaney, seconded.
Just Martin's taken a note of that, Martin. Thank you. If I move to the alphabetical list, and similar to Brian, I'll run through it.
Chair, I think it's important to ask if there are any other nominations first of all.
Sorry, Beth, thank you for the correction in procedure. Do I have any other nomination? No, I take it if I have no other nominations, we can. Do I accept, or do I have to go through the alphabetical list of votes in the same
Chair,
way?
if you please go through the alphabetical list in the same way that I did, just for the record, we need to be clear how each member voted.
Sure, thank you. So we'll start. Rob Bissett.
For.
Thank you. Andrew Dawson.
For.
Thank you. Martin Delaney.
For.
Paul Finlow.
Abstain.
Bob Foussart. Bob's
Not in the meeting.
Okay. Sally Hardwick.
For.
Laura Judah.
For.
It's myself. I'm for. Woman Plumpton Walsh.
For.
Councillor Dave Thompson.
For.
Councillor Mick Warren.
For.
And Councillor Amanda King. Sorry to come to you last, Amanda.
That's no problem. 4.
Thank you. Okay. Congratulations, Dave.
And to yourself. Thank you very much, members.
Moving to item 4, code of conduct. Can I ask any members if they wish to declare a pecuniary interest?
No interests, Chair.
Let's take that as no. Okay, thank you very much. And moving to item 5. Do we have an order in which we can ask people to speak, Brian or Mark?
Apologies, Chair. I'm getting a little bit of difficult feedback, or your signal breaking up. Might you repeat that, please?
Yeah, I understand we've got 4 members of the public in the meeting. Who?
I believe we've got three, Chair. And we can check that if we go through the 3 and then just check that no one else has attended the meeting without us being aware. Shall I ask Martin, Chair, to just
the question is, have we established an order in which they're speaking?
Yeah, I believe Martin has got the order of speakers. Now he's just turning up his note of the individuals that are with us today.
Just apologies, that's why I find it. Yeah, I'm taking the speakers in the order in which requests were received. The first speaker will be Joanne Jeffers.
Hello, I'm Joanne Jeffers, so just let me know when I can speak, and I'm ready and willing.
Good morning, John. I'm Evan Morris,
Hello.
Chairman of the Police Panel. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you.
Martin, each member of the public has 5 minutes to speak. There is a little bit of flexibility in there. So I'll ask you to proceed with your question, and Martin will be timing you.
And I will be timing myself too, and congratulations on getting voted in again, Evan. So absolutely appreciate the opportunity to speak. Thank you very much. And I want to sort of lay out, I absolutely understand this is about talking about policy, not operations at a police level. I understand that. And I also want to maybe say, maybe the question I'm raising probably feels small fry compared to all the different issues you've got to tackle. But as a member of the public and a resident of Cheshire and Wilmslow, it's something that I felt really important to bring up. So just want to lay that out. The question I've got today is about police policy around parking that is both illegal and not just inconvenient, but what I would deem as dangerous and a threat to pedestrians within my community. This is because I want to understand how we believe is the best policy and approach to tackle this, bearing in mind police resources. If I may outline an example why I think this question is important, that's really appreciated. So a particular example is Cliff Road in Wilmslow. It's a narrow road that goes from the Lacey Green Ward down to Wilmslow Town Centre, passing cars, as in the cars, and every sunny day on a weekend, cars park on the pavement. It's a narrow, windy road, quite dangerous. They park on the pavement. It's illegal, but what it does do is it forces families, people in wheelchairs, mums and dads with prams onto the road, and when I have to go on the road with my 2-year-old son, I'm not kidding, my heart goes into my mouth, because I just know that people whiz up there as fast as they can, but it's my only real route into Wilmslow. So I'm not asking at an operational level about this particular area. I appreciate it. I'm just using it to bring to life. My wider question is, what is our policy on being able to manage this scenario? Because at the moment, nobody's being towed. The deterrents aren't enough. The yellow lines aren't working. Signs aren't working. Penalty notices aren't working. And it's happened every single year without fail. So that would be my question in 2.5 minutes.
Chair, can I just interject a minute, and thank you to Ms. Jeffers for that. We're hearing quite a bit of sort of feedback or background noise at this end, and if members would be prepared to mute their microphones when they're not speaking, that would be very helpful. I hope that solves the issue, but I certainly heard Ms. Jeffers' question and points very clearly. So over to you, Chair.
Thank you for the question. I mean, I don't know if other members, but there's perhaps an issue relevant to the current time as well, that if cars are parking on pavements, maintaining 2 meters distancing is made even harder for pedestrians passing by. And I personally have had the experience of people trying to distance, stepping out into the road almost in front of my car when I'm driving in a 30-mile-an-hour limit. I don't know if other members have. So there is an importance in making sure they park on the roads, give people distancing, as well as the obvious road safety issue, as you say. As well, there's the disability issue of people who might be on a walking frame or limited access due to someone parking on the curb. And it is a much wider issue. I'm not sure I can give an absolute answer at the moment. I know the Commissioner and his staff are in on the meeting, and perhaps they could influence at a local level to pick up on this issue that you've quite rightly raised today, Joanne.
Thank you. Just for reference in the chat, I've just put a couple of images of the scenario that I'm talking about as a particular example, so you can see what I mean about how people have to go into the road. And I do appreciate opening to the councillors, because to be really honest, it's not something that I want police resource on in a way, because I think there's a preventative long-term physical solution to this that can prevent cars parking, rather than, you know, constantly having to chase irresponsible people. But thank you for opening it to the wider group. I appreciate that.
Joanne, can I just give you an undertaking that post this meeting we will address this issue, because we work closely with the Commissioner's office, and we will correspond to you to let you know the steps that we intend to take.
I really appreciate that, and thank you very much. That's been very reassuring for me.
Thank you for raising it.
Pleasure.
Martin, can we go to our next public speaker, please?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. The next speaker is Mr. Robert Selby.
Welcome, Mr. Selby. Good to see you again.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Robert Selby, and I'm a resident of Cheshire, West and Chester. Unfortunately, I was prevented from asking my questions at your last meeting on the 7th of February this year due to overzealous reception staff at Wyvern House preventing me from entering the council chamber, and hence me missing my slot. My first question relates to the report that was produced subsequent to the review and scrutiny of the Police and Crime Commissioner's decisions and actions in relation to his failed, flawed and unjustified disciplinary action taken against the former Chief Constable Simon Byrne. The Commissioner chose not to mention this in his latest annual report, despite it having cost the council taxpayers of Cheshire more than £552,000 in terms of their money, which was recklessly squandered by him. My understanding was that a number of recommendations were made in your report and that a copy was to be sent to the Home Office. Has the Home Office responded? And if so, what was the Home Office response? My second question is a follow-up to the question that I asked at your meeting on the 20th of September last year, relating to a formal complaint that I had made to the Commissioner regarding the bullying of me by his Chief of Staff, Peter Astley, and also the dishonesty of both Peter Astley and Matthew Walton, who is employed in the Commissioner's office. As some of you will know, David Keane is refusing to deal with my formal complaint and has informed me that he is not prepared to enter into further correspondence with me on the matter. He refuses even to provide me with a copy of his formal complaints policy and procedure. So much for his claimed openness and transparency. At that meeting in September, Mr. Morris informed me from the chair, in summary, that my case was being taken seriously and that assurances have been sought on this matter, that this matter is being investigated independently by Cheshire Constabulary on your behalf by professional standards, and that they will bring the matter to a conclusion. You led me to believe that you had received these assurances directly from David Keane. You will recall that David Keane refused to confirm this when he was present later in the meeting when pressed to do so by Councillor Dawson. Needless to say, I have heard nothing further on the matter. Following information released by the Commissioner further to my subject access data request, I see that the Commissioner's office is denying that it ever provided you with such advice. However, I'm sure that you would have not invented this explanation that you gave to me publicly if you had not been told this by David Keane, and also that you didn't believe it to be true. Are you able to explain why David Keane is trying to deny ever having given you such advice? Is he telling the truth? In the absence of any further explanation, I can only reasonably conclude that this is yet another example of the dishonest, unprofessional and bullying behaviour that I have already directly experienced at the hands of David Keane and his officers, and which I believe is the normal way that he has conducted his business as Commissioner since 2016. I could give other examples, but perhaps those are for another occasion. During the comfort break on the meeting on the 7th of February, you spoke with me and undertook to investigate both matters and write to me. Do you have any progress to report to me? In terms of the second matter, I understand that you have set up a Police and Crime Panel Complaints Subcommittee. Has it met since the 7th of February? If so, what has it discussed, and are there any publicly available minutes? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Selby. On the first issue, when you approached us after the February meeting with regard to the report into the investigation and handling of the discipline case against the previous Chief Constable, I believe you were directed to our website where the full report is there in the public domain. So I'm pleased you and other members of the public have had access to that to see exactly the recommendations that we have made. In terms of the Home Office, we actually wrote to them twice. We didn't get a response to our first correspondence. When I wrote to them after I became chair, we did get a response to the correspondence, and basically the Home Office have stated they note our response. Not only did it go to the Home Office, it went to the College of Policing and the Police Chiefs Council as well. The Home Office have indicated that they hear what we say, but the Police and Crime Commissioner is a locally elected official and they do not have the powers within the Act to take on board those recommendations. But further to that, we've also the National Review of Policing undertaken by the Police Foundation. We submitted evidence to, and a substantial part of that was how we felt future investigations and involvement Police and Crime Panel at a far earlier stage in the investigation process could have led to a very different outcome and far less costs. So from a panel's point of view, I think, you know, we've worked with the Commissioner's Office, made recommendations, and we've done a very thorough job, and the officers of the council have, in responding to that. In relation to the second issue raised, there have been verbal briefings going back historically between the Commissioner's Office and ourselves in relation to the status of where your issue was at certain times. And there have been correspondence by email giving us an update on status. I can't recall verbatim what the latest one said. You're absolutely correct. Because receptionist prevented access to you to our meeting in February, I did, during the adjournment to the meeting, invite you to come to a private room with me, and I gave you an undertaking. Constitutionally, we are forming a group to deal with complaints. The group that is deciding the policy and reviewing some live complaints is still awaiting the completion of a report to summarise the status of each of those complaints and the process as we go forward, because the powers under the Police and Social Responsibility Act of the panel to act and sanction are extremely limited. There is a resolution process, informal resolution process, that we can use, and panels are encouraged to use. But in terms of actual sanction, there is very little. However, we would aim to work both with the police force and with the Commissioner's Office to ensure that each of those complainants, and this will come up later on in the agenda, where that group is up to, actually deals with that effectively. So until we do finalise the complaint subgroup and the process and review the state of copyright complaints, there is more that I can say to you, I'm afraid.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Selby.
Who's next?
Mr. Martin, if we can introduce the next public speaker. Thank you.
Chairman, the final public speaker is Mr. Francis Patang.
Morning all.
Good morning, Mr. Patang. My name's Evan Morris, I'm chairman. Welcome to the meeting. I understand you have an issue you wish to put forward to the panel.
I have indeed, and thanks for the opportunity to do that. This is one that really affects all areas of the police force, including operational duties and policy. So thank you for that. Thank you for the opportunity for me to speak. I come before you all with something that has worried me over the years and continues to worry me, and that is racism and profiling. We have seen in the last 2 weeks protests around not just this country but across the world as a result of what happened to George Floyd, and may he rest in peace. The case I bring before you is not that different to what most black people across parts of our country face. Now, I'm a resident of Cheshire, Western Chester, and I live in Little Sutton, where I've lived for many years. I am particularly disappointed in the way Cheshire police have treated me, and most recently my son. My case is documented within police records, and some of you may have read it, but if you haven't, I would urge you to do so, and I'm quite happy to share that information with you. I'm grateful to Councillor Dawson for the support I've received throughout this. The facts are, I was racially profiled by security and individuals at Cheshire Oaks, where I drop off and pick up my son. Now, I believe the information that was provided to the police said something along the lines of, there's a black man sitting in his car looking at us while we cash, and there's two men standing by the door, and 4 men got into the car and drove off, which was a complete fabrication, because I was sitting in the car on my own. There's a white person sitting in the car next to me. That person wasn't reported, and I got in the car with my son and drove off. So at no point was there 4 people who got into the car. I was stopped by Cheshire Police in the manner that only criminals are stopped. I was boxed in by 2 police officers, and in fact, when one of them got out, the comments that was made almost sounded like they were trying to look for something to pin on me. Anyway, I believe the perception of what people of my color, I believe they stopped me based on the perception of the way they believe people of my color behave. Whether they believe they were carrying out their duties in the right manner or not, the single thought of me being black meant that I was treated differently. This is evident in the accounts provided by all 3 officers, which paint a very different picture to what I saw. And the conclusion of the investigation following my complaint was further evidence of that. Being the son of a retired general and the nephew of a retired chief of police, I have always had respect for what our police do. And whilst others like me may not speak out against this, I will not stand by and watch in silence. I tweeted the police crime commissioner David Keane following this incident, and not a single response. And this following a previous face-to-face conversation that I had with him on the 1st of July 2019, in which I had expressed serious concerns about another incident in which the police stopped me based on my skin color and the car I drove. They actually followed me from my house in Little Sutton, bearing in mind they were going in a completely different direction. When they saw me pull out, they followed me from my house all the way to Cheshire Oaks and stopped me. We even passed a white driver in the car who was texting at the wheel, which is clearly illegal. That driver was not stopped. On being stopped, I asked the police why I'd been stopped, and I was told, you don't need to know why you've been stopped. It's a routine check. Now that was very strange to me, but I let it go, and I complained to David Keane, who did nothing about it. In fact, he did say, well, I'm going to invite you and we'll see if you can work with us to change perceptions. I'm still waiting for that to happen. Just a week ago, 2 police officers confronted and searched my son and accused him of carrying cannabis without any evidence. He was sitting in a park with his white friend, who at no point was spoken to. As it happened, there were 2 white men smoking cannabis, and the police officers did not even confront them. Now, I believe this is terrible and shouldn't happen in this day and age. I'm a law-abiding citizen who's heavily involved in my community and probably do more for the community than those police officers have ever done. I chair several school governing bodies. I used to be on the executive commission of Association of Governors. I've previously been on the board of governors at West Cheshire College. You know, I've fostered for many years, worked with the local authority. I'm a STEM ambassador, and I'm a member of my community regeneration committee. I will not stand to be treated any differently because of my skin color. And it appears there has been no lessons learned by Cheshire Police on any of those occasions, and probably never. This has to change, and it has to change now. Racial prejudice or prejudice of any form is not okay and must be stamped out, full stop. I am happy to work with yourselves and the police to change that, but it must start with the force acknowledging that in my case, and I'm sure in many other cases, that they were wrong. And that is something that I feel they are not prepared to do. In fact, it feels like they've done their own homework and marked it. And for your information, I am considering taking this message to the local newspapers because it needs to happen, it needs to stop, and it needs to stop now. And this is what I bring forward to you, and I hope that in time we can resolve this issue and move forward. As I mentioned before, I'm happy to work with you going forward to try and educate the police force and people on how we move on with this. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Kwarteng, for taking the time today to come and reflect on your experience. I know in this you've been supported by Councillor Dawson in explaining your experience to him as a member of the Police and Crime Panel and bringing you here today to have the platform to actually express what has happened. Now, I know Councillor Dawson has been in correspondence with the Police and Crime Commissioner. Could I just ask Councillor Dawson to explain that I saw quite convivial correspondence between him and the Commissioner, albeit challenging, about how we may take this forward. Councillor Dawson. I think you're muted, Councillor Dawson. Can you take your microphone off?
Sorry, thank you. The email exchange I've had with the Commissioner was simply to alert him that I intend to ask questions of him a little later in the meeting when he comes forward for scrutiny, with your permission, Evan, to reflect upon the complaints process that Mr. Koteng and others have gone through. I had a particular experience. I witnessed that particular process in the sense of I witnessed Mr. Koteng's interview by the officers who were investigating the complaint. And I had the opportunity to comment as those discussions were taking place. What worried me was that the police were not reflecting themselves as to how their conduct could affect others. And I was also somewhat troubled that the police claimed not to have a records of what Mr. Koteng has just described as a routine check. I know, Chairman, you're particularly interested in things like body-worn cameras and things of that order. But what it meant was, whilst, I mean, as you all know, I'm a practicing solicitor, whilst I fully accept and want the police to act on reasonable suspicion, however that's determined, my concern is if you don't have a learning organisation that's able to say, hang on a second, we've exercised our reasonable suspicion, we now know who this individual is, we've got an idea, you create the opportunity to make mistakes, such as would happen with Mr. Koteng, because they hadn't already worked out that Mr. Koteng was a law-abiding citizen and was most unlikely to be involved in crime. They didn't learn. And that, for me, is the most concerning aspect of all of this, that the police lost the opportunity to reflect and think about how their attitudes, reasonable or otherwise, could have impacts way outside what they thought. And I share Mr. Koteng's observation about marking their own homework.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dawson. Mr. Koteng, I think, as you are aware, it is an operational policing issue. That's not, from the panel's point of view, abrogating any responsibility or influence that we can bring to bear. But I think by virtue of the fact that you've openly and honestly come to this meeting today and reflected on it, there are members of the Commissioner staff in on the meeting that we will, and I know there's one more councillor wants to speak as well, because I'm receiving prompting texts here, which is very helpful. Could I just ask Amanda King, whilst you're with us, Mr. Koteng, to come in and make a comment? Amanda.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Evan. I actually was coming in on Robert Selby, so that's moved by now, and it's been answered by your good self, so thank you very much. But Mr. Basang, I'd like to just give you our reassurance that as a panel and as councillors, we completely support your case in this respect. No one, unless it's reasonable suspicion, should be stopped. I think every car in the police force, as from my understanding, has a camera in it, and that should be recorded. And we do support camera body wear on the police as well. So I think I speak for myself, and hopefully for other councillors here, no one would ever want that to happen to you as a law-abiding citizen. So I just wanted to give you my reassurance that you've been heard, and I'm sure everyone in this panel will feel the same way. But my question, sorry, Evan, I was a bit slow, was for the previous speaker, but you answered it, so I'll withdraw if that's okay.
Okay, no, thank you, Amanda. Mr. Koteng, if you're reassured, we have registered this issue. I know that the Commissioner has also stated that we have informal meeting days with a big issue is around police complaints and the way that they're processed and handled. So on a more strategic, apart from your very serious issue, we are putting a focus much more on policing issues. But I thank you for coming today.
Yeah, thank you very much for your time, and hopefully we can get some resolution to this.
Thank you. Okay, can I welcome Mr. Fusar up to the meeting? I'm pleased to see you this morning. We concluded the public participation part of the meeting. Can I thank those three members who came in and spoke today? Can I move to item 6, the minutes?
Sorry, Evan.
Sorry.
You've got Dave Thompson's had his hand up for a while to speak.
Beg your pardon, he's just come into screen now. Just before, can I just ask people if they wish to speak to put a note up on the post-its. I've got that live up, and I can see straight away when someone wishes to speak, because I don't have everyone in screen all the time. Councillor Dave Thompson, Deputy Chair.
Chair, it's a little bit slow. Chair, my computer's been a little bit slow to carry out functions, so it was a little bit slow to unmute. Chairman, as you know, public participation is on page 48 of our terms of reference. And what it explains is that public questions is for questions about the work of the panel itself. And I've noticed over time there's a tendency for people to sometimes bring up operational issues. They're important, but we do not actually deal with operational police issues. Our role is to scrutinise the Police and Crime Commissioner. What I wanted to ask, though, however, there's now been, I think, 3 meetings now where the same person has come with questions in relation to a complaint. Now, as you know, the panel, within our terms of reference, the panel does, in certain circumstances, it will handle complaints in certain circumstances. I'd just like to ask for some advice off the officers, because if Brian is still there, because what does concern me is we have to be absolutely fair in how we deal with people when it comes to complaints, and at a later date, should the panel have need to deal with a complaint from Mr. Selby, it does concern me that we have had 3 meetings where we are receiving comments about dishonesty and bullying and a whole host of other things. That's not to say that his issues are not important. They are, and the concerns everybody have are. But what I am a little bit concerned about is the potential of the council predetermining or being seen to not have actually treated the commission fair. Because when the time comes, it does concern me. If we do have to handle a complaint from Mr. Selby, the commission may well turn round, I suspect, and say, well, has it been appropriate for the panel to act as it has today? So I don't know whether the council solicitor, if they're there, wish to give any comments to that, Chair.
Mr. Chair,
thank you for that. The Secretariat.
Can I ask you to response?
Apologies, Chair. I cut across you there. I missed that.
It's right, Mr. Reid. The technology, and there's a time lapse in it, so we'll get through it. I've registered you, Councillor Dawson. I'll come to you next. Mr. Reid, yeah. Can you respond to Councillor Thompson?
Thank you very much, and thanks to Councillor Thompson for his question. The solicitor who advises the panel is not with us today. He's unfortunately double booked on something else, and I can take that back to him. We will be coming, of course, to the item on the agenda later on, Chair, which deals with the council's rules for procedure. That contains the complaints procedure set out in all its fullness there at page 67 of the agenda pack. So we can look at that later if we need to dig into the detail. But at this stage, I'm not able to advise on the details which are being sought. So apologies for that. And with your agreement, if there's a need to bring back any report on particular elements of the complaints procedure, the application of the rules, etc., we can do that either by virtual means or bring back a report to the next panel meeting.
Okay, thank you, Brian. Councillor Dawson.
Thank you, Evan. I think Councillor Thompson raises a very valid point, but what I would also say is that we struggle with teasing out the lines between operational policing and matters that are dealt with by the Commissioner. And we deal with it as part of our day job, as it were, as part of this panel. It's something that goes far beyond what we should expect members of the public to have to deal with. But of course, don't forget, for every line of operational policing, there is inevitably a line of the scrutiny performed by the Commissioner in relation to that operational policing. And therefore, examples such as, for example, that's come from Mr. Grateng or from Ms. Jeffers this morning, they're not necessarily directly matters for us, but the way in which the Commissioner scrutinises the police in relation to those matters most certainly is. So I think there has to be some discretion allowed, but I think Councillor Thompson is absolutely right that the focus is what our scrutiny of the Commissioner, but there needs to be latitude and there are grey areas, and sometimes it helps if we all work together, and I will be suggesting later that we work with the Commissioner over issues such as complaints procedures and dealing with sensitive issues such as, for example, racism. So I think we have to be sensible and pragmatic in relation to this.
Thank you, Councillor Dawson. Could I just say to 3 members of the public who have come in today, and I'm not sure that Joanne Jeffers is still with us, but to Mr. Selby and Mr. Quartine, it is timely because there are grey areas around the Act of Parliament that empowers police and crime panels and the whole complaints procedure, which members of this panel are concerned about and want a resolution to, so that we have a very clear policy and review of existing complaints. So rest assured we are tackling this issue and we're not giving it lip service, but I have a national role as well as Vice Chairman of the Police, Crime and Fire Panel in the UK, and believe me, it is an issue nationally, and we're lobbying to get changes and the police review to actually get these matters addressed. That doesn't detract from, we will do everything through an informal resolution process to ensure that your views are articulated and dealt with to your satisfaction. Councillor Amanda King, now I understand you wish to speak.
Okay, my mic's off. On, sorry. Thanks. I think it's good that David and Andrew have both raised this issue, and it's good that people feel they can come and talk to the panel. I think as standard procedures for most of regulated panels or boards or committees, especially elected committees, there's always a point of correspondence and public engagement. I think it's very valid to employ that engagement if it's a general operational issue or a general complaint. When the complaint is more personal and focused at an individual and suggests that maybe that individual has broken the law in some way, and then we sit and listen to that without challenge. And we do have a process of procedures and complaints that should go into that process by default and allow that process to take its due course. So I think it's really important, Evan, as we as a panel, and having been on the panel before and lots of other panels and regional and board panels myself, I think my advice would be to not to continue to allow an ongoing regular meeting issue without that formulating itself into a secondary process that can come to a resolution. I think it's really important not to call out if there is a grievance, one person to one person, then that's not something for this panel to take as a public panel. It should go into a formal procedure like it would do in the police or anywhere else. I think Dave Thompson's point's very valid, and I do think we need to take legal counsel on it because we're listening to it without any pause, just to have it reviewed formally, and I think that has to happen. And I think if we've listened to it once, we don't repeat it again, because it has to go into a formal process, which protects all parties, which is absolutely relevant. No one can just turn up to any public meeting or print anything in the press that says something that is one-sided without a full process to conclude that. Plus, it can prejudice the process. So for all parties concerned, including ourselves, including the public, including the Police Crime Commissioner, it's very important to stay absolutely above any personal wording towards one individual or another, and we don't know the details of the case or in the details of that. By all means, the public can say what they want, which is fine, but absolutely I think we need to pause it at some point and to just sit and listen to it without any sort of pause on that. It could make it prejudicial. It should, in this case, Mr. Selby want to put a formal complaint into our procedure process. What we've heard today might prejudice that, and that's why I agree with David. Let's take some more legal counsel on it formally and come back. And I would just like to say, to protect all parties, and I think it's really fair to hear all sides of the story before we conclude and not prejudice the process at all. Make sense? Hope it made sense. It made sense in my head anyway.
It makes absolute crystal clear sense, Councillor King. I'm grateful for that contribution and for the Deputy Chair's contribution. And members of the panel will be aware that, you know, that clarity is what we're seeking, and a streamlined process that's very transparent on our website, so members of the public understand what is an operational policing issue, what is a complaint against a commissioner, and then when either is made, the route that will be followed and the role of the police and crime panel in that, and that matter is going to be dealt with later on in the agenda. Thank you. Does anyone else wish to make a comment on that? I've got nothing on the message bar. Item 6, minutes of the previous meeting. I understand that members of the public who are still on, have you got your hand up, Deputy Chair, or is that? No, it's all right, he's holding his papers in the air. The members of the public who came in on the meeting are welcome to stay in on the meeting, although I understand they'll be muted. Is that correct?
Chairman, that's correct.
Thank you. If I can move us on to, I think it's item 6, minutes of the previous meeting, without going through them page by page. Has anyone got any points to make or inaccuracies they would wish to refer to? It's a fair way off, it was February.
Councillor Dawson.
Yes, I've got in, thank you. Councillor Dawson.
Thank you, Chairman. The only point I want to make is, of course, we had an informal meeting with the Police and Crime Commissioner via Zoom a month or so ago. I appreciate it was an informal meeting. I'm just wondering whether we could put a note on the minutes to that effect.
Chair, we can certainly add that with the agreement of the panel.
Can I just ask, I'm sure we'll all agree, does anyone disagree with that happening? No, I think we can take it, Martin, that we agree with that.
Chairman, could I suggest as well, we perhaps make a note on the minutes and also put the link to the video recording of that meeting, which is on the panel's page of the Cheshire East website.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Does anyone else have any points to wish to raise around the minutes? I may have one, but I'll take the others first if there's anyone. Mr. Poussard.
Yeah, good morning. Sorry I was late to the meeting, and welcome back, Amanda. Nice to see you. Just quickly on the minutes from the last meeting, I've got a question I want to raise later on, which will refer back to one that I asked the Commissioner, so hopefully you will allow time for that. And that's in relation to the facial recognition issues and, you know, people's human rights in relation to that.
Yep, that's fine. We had a chat about that earlier prior to the meeting, didn't we, Bob? And we should have time for that at the end.
Good, thank you.
If I could just raise with the officers, Councillor Dawson asked a question of the Commissioner at the February meeting regarding vacant fire stations and, you know, how many there were in Cheshire. And I sort of summed it up and I made a request to the Commissioner. Just bear with me, I'm looking for the word. that he provides the panel with a detailed breakdown of the constabulary's assets and capital values. Now, I know in the past a lot of actions have been lost, and you know, I think frankly, as a member, even I've done it myself, we ask a question and we never get an answer, and that's not on all occasions. Commissioner and staff are very good, but things can get lost. So I think I've had a chat with Martin. That needs to go into the action log. Okay, it's just a small point. If there's no further issues on the minutes of the last meeting, item 6, we'll move to item 7.
Chairman, if I may just interject, there's just one point I'd just like to raise on the minutes, and could perhaps members indicate that they have approved the minutes just for the record. But the programme of meetings for the next civic year, the meeting which was programmed for the 16th of April 2021 will now in all likelihood fall within the PERDA period for the police and crime commissioner elections, which have been rescheduled. On occasions in the past when there has been a possible conflict with a PERDA period, you've wanted to rearrange that meeting. If you could just give me an indication if you'd want to go ahead with that meeting on the 16th of April or bring it forward so it's before PERDA.
I'll take any comments, but you know, clearly we need to bring that meeting forward, don't we? If there's any other panel members have a view?
Chair, I was just in.
Councillor Thompson is muted.
You're muted, Dave. Dave, you're muted.
Sorry, it takes a few seconds to turn off. Sorry, the point I was making is I think it's very important that there is no meeting during the PERDA period with the Police and Crime Commissioner. So it needs to be before or after.
Yeah, I know. Dawson's put a note up saying he agrees to bring it forward as well. So I think you've got a mandate there, Martin.
So, Chair, with your agreement, what we will do is canvass for an appropriate date. And I think just as you're about to leave that item, I think, Chair, you're taking a sense of the meeting that the minutes are approved, subject to the comments made.
Yeah, I thank you for Martin's prompt, and I take it the members agreed the minutes. Thank you. Moving on to item 7, Brian, I understand you're going to introduce this item.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Smith will cover it. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, you've got two documents here. The first document is just to confirm the membership of the panel for the new municipal year. There have been no changes to the membership. So that's just a formal report which just confirms what the membership is. The second paper you have relates to Mr. Fuset's term of office, which expires on the 30th of September this year. And if I could just make a minor correction, that there is an error in the report in paragraph 3.3, and that is just to say that Mr. Fuset has served 2 terms, not 3 terms. He's served 1 term of 4 years and 1 term of 3 years. So just to clarify that, you may recognise the report. It's a very similar report to the one that was presented to the panel last year when Mr. Morris's term of office was due for review, and the report just asked for ways forward as to how this is now moved. Thank you.
Chair, Brian Reid here. So, as Martin has indicated, the report is in 2 parts. The first part is on page 13, which effectively is for the panel to note the membership. I think, Chair, Mr. Fuset may wish now, as has been the case in the past, to leave the meeting for the second part, and I can see Mr. Fuset indicating now, Chair.
Mr. Fuset.
Right, and I think the reason given for that is it happened in your case when you were re-elected to the panel, you had to leave the room. Now, this isn't an issue about re-electing me to the panel. The issue here now is that after 2 terms of office, that post has to be re-advertised. So I have to apply as a normal member of the public to come back into it. So there's no necessity for me to leave the meeting with regards to the process and how that's going to be carried out.
Okay, could I just ask either Mr. Reid or Martin Smith to respond to that in terms of what the rules of the panel state in relation to a third term of a independent co-opted member?
Thank you, Chair. I can help to advise on that. The point is a point of technical procedural operation of the way in which the panel does its business. In similar circumstances relating to other local authority business, it is common practice where a member of a decision-making body in some way is impacted by a decision of the panel. They wish to be seen to be not influencing the meeting, and there are occasions, not necessarily this one, but there are occasions when the presence of a member who might be impacted by a decision could be seen to be unhelpful and could be seen to be an inhibitor for those in the meeting making the decision. So it is not a completely open and shut case, if you like. It's not absolutely clear, but certainly in circumstances, in other circumstances, a member, if they are subject to a decision of a decision-making body, has been known to step out of the meeting for their own benefit, to be seen to be outside of that debate. And so, Chair, that's probably all I can say really at this stage.
Mr. Poussard.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't agree with that. This is a debate about a process, not about me, whether I want to be a panel member again. I may not even apply. So that isn't an issue. It's just purely the process that we carry out in which we recruit a replacement after somebody's carried out 2 terms of office on the panel.
Thank you, Mr. Poussard. I recall you and I had a conversation. It must be a couple of months ago now, and you are one of the most experienced panel members, having been on the panel since their very inception. And I think you helped me in going back to some minutes or discussion, which I don't think are actually part of the rules process, where the panel agreed that following a second term, you would go into, so yes, a second term, independent co-opted members would go into a recruitment process. Now, it appears that's a bit of a grey area, so I don't know if any other members of the panel have a view on that.
See Councillor Dawson and Councillor Thompson, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Dawson.
Thank you, Chairman. I was originally just going to say that I was actually quite pleased and delighted how stable the membership of this panel actually is. I mean, we mustn't get comfortable in that, but I do value the fact that we worked with each other for quite a period of time, most of us, and we work in a very collegiate and effective way. But like all panels, we've got to provide for our renewal and our refreshment and for our successor management. So I welcome where we are at the moment, and I also welcome the report generally, that I think it is right that we go out every second term, if not earlier, to recruit from the public for an independent member, not prohibiting or discouraging any existing people from applying. But I think it's important that we are seen to go out to the public. So I very much support what's being put in front of us.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dawson. Councillor Thompson.
I think I put my hand up by mistake then, Chair, actually. I didn't realise I'd done so. One thing I am quite clear on is that members of the panel, there's councillors who are a member of the panel, and they don't have to go through that same rigmarole. You could be a councillor, you could be here 20 years, couldn't you? And I do think, as much as possible, there should be an opportunity for people to come onto the panel. I accept that, but there also needs to be a process where people, independents can stay on the panel, and I think that's important. That's equally just as important as well. So sorry, I hadn't actually directly indicated then. I don't know what happened, Chair.
I don't know. One of the officers prompted me, so they perhaps saw something I didn't, but no, I understand you didn't, but thank you for your contribution. Anyway, just bear with me, text. Councillor Finlow.
Yes, I notice on page 15, Chairman, it says the panel determine how it wishes to fill the position of independent co-opted member. But I find it hard to reconcile because that implies we have a discretion. But if you turn to page 25, second paragraph, you see it is not discretionary, it's mandatory. At which time a full recruitment process must, this is when the expiry of a second term arises, as here, at which time a full recruitment process must be carried out. So I find that it's impossible to reconcile that with what the recommendation says, which implies that we have some discretion in the matter. The rule says quite clearly we have to establish a recruitment panel. So can I propose we do so?
Mr. Smith.
Chairman, I think as an officer it would be helpful to get some guidance if there is going to be a recruitment panel in how you would want that constituted and who you would want to be on that panel. The system that worked a number of years ago did seem to serve the panel well, but that's not to say there aren't other ways in which that panel could be constituted.
I think, Chair, Brian Reid just chipping in, if I may, and Councillor Findler's absolutely drilled to the relevant procedural rule on page 25 of your agenda packs there. What that says is that the decision as to whether or not a reappointment should be offered or a full recruitment process be carried out in the rules says will be made by the recruitment panel. Effectively, what we're seeking today is a decision from the parent body, from the police and crime panel, as to whether that should happen. It seems to be that we perhaps wouldn't want to lose the time that would be lost by setting up that recruitment panel just to determine whether or not a reappointment should be made or whether there ought to be a full recruitment process. That was the rationale in bringing it today, so that it was done in a timely way, Chair.
You want to change the rule then?
I think, Chair, that the parent body always has the ability to make a decision on behalf of a subsidiary body, but if members want to change the rule when we come to that later on in the agenda, Chair, very happy to look at that.
I've just before we go any further, I've just been informed that Councillor Thompson's computer's gone down.
Oh.
First question, I'm still Cora.
Are we still Cora, Martin? Yes, we are, Chair. I can see Councillor Dawson also wants to speak, Chair.
Yeah, and I've got Mrs. Hardwick and Amanda King. Councillor Dawson.
Thank you. Evan, you will well recall that we had a panel of 3 doing the recruitment for the independent members last, and Amanda and I were 2 out of the 3 members. And I would suggest if we're going forward for that process, we adopt a similar approach, which is to have 1 independent member, 1 member from the Labour Party and 1 member from the Conservative Party, forming that triumvirate. It worked very well last time. I think we recruited somebody who was very good. I'll leave that to you to judge. And I think that would be a good way forward.
Well, I wouldn't want to put any other individuals through such a grueling process, quite frankly. That was a joke. Mrs. Hardwick. Sally, you're muted.
Yeah, I'm unmuted now. Yeah, I know how to do it now. I have difficulty with this because, quite honestly, I think in the current climate, to undertake a full recruitment exercise would be a bit of a away from what's really important and significant. The COVID-19 epidemic has changed everything. And I think that we need to go for simplicity. So yes, by all means appoint the panel. And I think the whole concept of 1 Labour, 1 Tory, 1 Independent is absolutely superb. But I don't think, I think any recruitment panel that goes in for a full recruitment exercise in these times is quite honestly barking. But you know, that's not my decision to make.
Okay, I'm just conscious of time, and I'm going to try and summarise and bring us to a conclusion with the panel's agreement. I thank Councillor Finlow for his normal forensic analysis of rules, for his background in law, to, I think it was page 25, para 2, wasn't it?
It was.
It sort of feels clear. Thank you. And I'm not the best person for detail, but it appears to me that Bob accepts that a recruitment process, and I've encouraged him in our previous conversation 2 months ago to actually do that. And my feeling was that was the procedure developed by the panel. Andrew's right about how we recruited the last independent co-opted member. Do I have agreement from the panel, or do I need to take a vote, Brian, with regard to whether or not we go into a agreement, a recruitment process, or whether we just actually take a vote as to if Mr. Fousart stays now?
Chair, thank you for that. I think that we need to be clear on members' wishes. So the advice would be to take the roll call of if somebody's going to propose, and it may be that you're proposing from the chair that there ought to be a full recruitment, that needs to be seconded, and then the best way is to run the roll call of members, just to be clear on how they're voting on that, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Brian. Councillor Amanda King.
Thank you. I just want to concur with Andrew and with Sally and with Bob. Bob, it's been great working with you. I've worked with you in this team as well, and you've been a great asset. I think Sally's right, Evan, and we do need to consider this. In unprecedented times, most people aren't even having an AGM. They're extending by a year, and we're in an AGM now, which I was a little bit surprised by, but it's a panel's decision. I understand that. You do have, and I would propose within your gift, to extend Bob's tenure until this AGM next year, where you can then initiate the process you're about to initiate. That is within your gift, and I'm sure it is, which would allow us to move past an unprecedented time, to try and do a recruitment process. I don't know whether any of you obviously working in industry, but we are in recruitment process in the industry that I'm in. It's extremely difficult to carry out interviews. It's extremely difficult to be fair on applications. It's just a really, really difficult time. So I think it would be within your gift to extend for 12 months only, and then review this as a formal process, given Bob that extra 12 months. And Bob, I do that with great respect for you and the work that we've done together. And I would agree with Andrew, you need 3 different people on that panel interview, as we did when we interviewed you, Evan, and I hope it wasn't too difficult. I think it was a very, very worthwhile session. That would do my 2 pennies piece. You don't have to go with it. I would just suggest.
Okay, thank you.
You consider.
Yeah, you froze for just a minute there. I've got, I understand there's a couple more people wish to speak. I've got Mrs. Hardwick.
Yes, the only issue I've got with that, because I would fully support Amanda's proposal, the only issue I would have is that we push back him to a full recruitment exercise next year. That also compromises me, because my term of office actually it ends in September 2021. So you would have a choice therefore of recruiting 2 members, which would dilute the experience on the panel, or pushing me back as well. So that's the only issue I see with it.
Chair, if I may advise.
Go ahead, Mr. Reid. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. If that was the wish of the panel, and I say if, then you could make a decision today effectively to extend each of the members by 1 year, thereby avoiding the problem of that's been highlighted by Ms. Hardwick there, which would create a sort of a logjam in our smooth rolling appointments list. But that would only apply if you chose to do so, and if you chose to go down the road of a 1 year extension, it could be applied to all of the independent members.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Reid. Have we got anyone else wishes to comment on that? Just conscious that
yes, I will, Chairman.
Thank you.
Can I?
Yes, Councillor Finlay.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I'm happy to support what Amanda King proposed in relation to both our co-opted members. But if doing so, you should suspend the operation for this purpose only off page 25, paragraph 2.
Chair, if I could just comment on that, because I think it's an important point that what we will effectively be doing is looking at the procedural rules at a later item on the agenda, and I think it would be important that it is noted within the rules when we come to that item that this is a one-off arrangement that applies to this year only, and to note the effect of it with regards to the extensions relating to the other. So that, Chair, is the way I would propose that you should handle that.
Okay. Now, just a point of order here. Do we need to take a vote on a one-year extension, or do I just ask, you know, is everyone in?
Chair, I'm just seeing that there are others wishing to speak, but if you wished me to comment upon that, I think it is important that a vote is taken. If I've heard the debate correctly, it is you could take it that it has effectively been moved and seconded that there be a one-year extension in the way just described for the independent members to avoid that logjam in the rolling process of appointments, and therefore you could take a vote. I'm sure, Chair, if any member around this decision-making table now objects to that course of action, they will indicate to you, but that's the way I feel that the procedure around this point is working. I would view that as being moved and seconded.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Norman Plumpton-Walsh.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much already just literally being said by Brian. Yeah, I fully agree with this. Just obviously moving forward temporarily for this year in light of what we're going through at the moment. So yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, so we've got a proposer, we've got a seconder. If I go through for or against the list alphabetically, I'll come to you at the end, Amanda, so you know I'm not going to forget you.
Chairman, can I just ask, can you be very clear what we are voting for? Are we voting for the extension for all three for a year, or just specifically in relation to Mr. Finlay? In relation to Mr. Bob Fuso, beg your pardon.
Well, I'll come to Amanda King in a minute. I think what Sally was saying, that we arrange this process so that if we do an extension for Bob for a year, then we'll go into a recruitment process for 2 members. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay, thanks for that, because it just streamlines everything. Councillor King.
Yeah, sorry, I wanted to support what Sally said. We have to, if we move it for one, we have to move it for all independents, move it forward by 1 year, giving us this year gap, one for the as a one-off precedence because of the current situation, and it's as simple as that. It doesn't have to be any more complex.
Okay.
Yeah, Chair, that's what I heard, that effectively the panel is voting upon the year's extension for all, so as to avoid any logjam in terms of that rolling appointments process. That's what I've heard around this table, and that's what I think you're taking a vote on now.
Yeah, so we're taking a vote on the proposal is to extend all 3 co-opted members for 1 year, correct?
Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I've had my hand up for some time. It's Laura Judah.
Laura, I can't see you. Can I ask you, all members, to put a message in the text box, which I'm watching, I can't see. Apologies for that, Laura. Over to you.
May I speak?
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to, I mean, I am fairly new to this committee, so I'm not quite sure how it works, but reading through the papers, I just want it to be clear, you know, made very clear that it is a temporary situation, because, you know, we don't know how long the pandemic's going to last. We don't know how long we're going to be in exceptional circumstances. And I really don't feel that we can let democracy you know, move away from what we're doing. And I think there could be, you know, some criticism if this isn't actually made very clear, and the circumstances, the reasons explained fully to the public. Thank you.
And Chair, we can put that in the procedure rules as indicated before.
I think, yeah, when we come to the procedure rules, we'll pick up on that very valid point, Laurie. Does anyone else wish to speak before we go to a vote on this matter?
I can see Councillor Findler indicating, Chair.
Yeah, I can't see.
No, I've said my bit. Thank you, Chairman.
It's reassuring. Okay, could I?
Chair, Chair, can I just interject? I did post a message to speak, and I did put hand up, but I just want to confirm: are you still receiving these messages? Because I wasn't.
I think, Chair, the issue. The issue may be that and apologies if this doesn't come over very well, but it is important to press the return button for the message to send, and I can't see any message, Chair, from Councillor Delaney.
I've had no message, Councillor Delaney. I'm not seeing any hands either, so
I can see it on my chat.
Yeah,
but Chair, did Councillor Delaney, after he typed the message in, press
return it?
Oh, goodness knows. I think so. It's got a tick by it.
Well, don't worry. Go into what you want.
Anyway, no, it's been said. It's been covered. It's just I wasn't called on at the time, so I just wanted to make sure it was getting through or not.
The one person we haven't asked, could I just clarify with Mr. Foos, are you happy to do a 1-year extension?
Yeah, more than happy to do that.
Okay, right. For or against? If you go to Councillor Rob Bissett.
For.
Councillor Andrew Dawson.
For.
Councillor Martin Delaney.
For.
Councillor Paul Finlow.
For.
You can vote for yourself, I understand, Bob.
Yes, for.
You know, I nearly made you a councillor, Sally. Mrs. Hardwick.
For.
Councillor Laura Judah.
For.
Myself, Chairman, for. Councillor Norman Planton Walsh.
For.
Deputy Chair's still dropped out of the meeting, has
No, I'm back now. I'm back. I'm back, but can I just quickly ask the proposal that I'm voting on, so I know what I'm voting on, or I can't vote. The proposal is to extend by 12 months. Is that correct?
All 3 co-opted members, yes.
All 3 to extend by 12 months. Four.
Yeah. Sorry, yeah, all 3 co-opted members for 1 year.
I'm for. Oh,
yes.
That's fine.
For. Right, thank you. Okay, thank you. Councillor McWarren.
For.
And Councillor Amanda King. Thank you. You're muted, Amanda.
Apologies, for.
Thank you. The proposal is carried, therefore. Thank you for that lengthy debate. If we move to item 8, the Cheshire Police and Crime Panel budget.
Chairman, this is a very straightforward report. It outlines what the proposed budget is for the year and what the current position is with the grant that has been offered by the Home Office. And panel members will note that the amount of the grant has not changed for the last few years.
Do any members have any comments in relation to the paper? Councillor Thompson.
Let me just lower my hand. Chair. Sorry, Chair. I previously sent an email to all members of the panel just to give a heads up that I would be mentioning this matter when it came to the finance report. It was recently drawn to my attention a document which showed the allowances and expenses of other police and crime panels around the country. And what it highlighted was some quite revealing differences between the Cheshire Crime Panel and other panels. I'll give you for example. For example, at least 50% of the other police and crime panels pay a higher rate of allowance for the chair. I'm very aware of these days of what Evan does, and I'm absolutely confident that he puts a lot more time into meetings and activities than what the rest of us do. I'm quite confident of that, and it showed various other differences, and it did cause me to reflect upon the fact that a very significant part of our budget is for allowances and expenses in relation of members. Now, those of us who are politicians on the panel, it's always a very difficult thing for us to be talking about, but this is something which periodically should be reviewed. And for the purpose of those of you that aren't councillors, every 3 or 4 years, local authorities will have an independent panel that will review the allowances and expenses of members, just to see that it's fair, it's appropriate, and I did mention to the officers about this and said that I would be bringing this up. It strikes me that the panel for some considerable time hasn't discussed or paid any attention to the issue of how that element of the budget, how it's proportioned and what exactly we do with it. So I wanted to propose, Chairman, that perhaps for our September meeting, that the officers actually, I can forward to other members the document that I've got, but the officers go away and look at some and report back to the panel on what is happening with the other police and crime panels. We obviously know where we're at the moment, and perhaps put some potential options to the panel on whether we think there should be any changes. I did say to Mr. Smith, I did suggest to him that certainly because all the 4 local authorities have an independent panel, it might well be that perhaps one of the independent members, either formally or informally, of a remuneration panel for one of the 4 local authorities, perhaps they could have some input just to give us a fair and balanced view on this element of our budget. So I wanted to specifically propose that in the September meeting the officers come back with all the facts for us. But since then, I also just wanted to mention, I think we all accept it's very important that all members of the panel are treated equally. And whilst my computer's just crashed, I'm very conscious of the fact that most members of the panel, we're given iPads and laptops and various things and IT to support us in our roles, which includes being members of outside bodies. Those councillors amongst us are members of this as an outside body, and we're supported with IT, although I had a problem. It strikes me that the 3 independent members of the panel don't have that same privilege, and it might well be we should consider in the future, it might well be, and it might not be a significant cost, but let's get the facts. It might well be that the 3 independent members, I think, potentially should be also provided with an iPad or a laptop for panel business. So that's perhaps something to consider, but I'm not saying we should do this or we shouldn't do this. All I'm saying is that the whole issue of the allowances and expenses that the panel currently incurs, the whole thing needs to be looked at again, and let's have the officers come back at the September meeting and give us some thoughts and recommendations of where we're at and what others are doing. That's what I wanted to say, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Can I just, before I come to Mr. Reid for some advice, say on the first item you raised, Deputy Chair, I made my position clear on this. I want to step away from any debate. So I would support the officers going away and scoping it. If there needs to be any debate or you want to talk about it today, it's up to you. But I would step outside the meeting because I don't want to be having a discussion about that. Having said that, I'll go to Mr. Reid for some advice.
Thank you, Chair. And I think at this preliminary stage, Chair, I wouldn't have a concern. You've made gracious comments about your position. I wouldn't have a concern about any difficulty for today's consideration. What I can say on the 2 points which have been rightly raised by Councillor Thompson there, that local authorities, of course, do have an independent body called an independent remuneration panel. The Cheshire East Council's independent remuneration panel is currently working on a number of issues for Cheshire East Council, dealing with, for example, the introduction of the committee system and how that might look in terms of allowances. And it's an important point from the perspective of public perception that bodies making recommendations upon allowances are seen to be independent, wholly separate from the work of the council and not done at elected member level. So we have an independent remuneration panel of very high regard, chaired by Professor Steve Leach, who's got extensive experience of remuneration panels across the country. Previously, a professor with in Le Gov, the De Montfort University outfit there. I can commit, Chair, to approaching the professor in order to seek his views upon whether or not that panel, or indeed himself individually, would be prepared to look at some research around what happens with with police and crime panels across the country. I could even ask Chair whether that might be possible, conscious that time is ticking and that the next meeting is in September. So if it were possible, Chair, to get any preliminary recommendations from the IRP in order to inform the decision making in September, we could do that. With regard to IT provision, we can also come back in September, because we must be in the business, Chair, of facilitating the engagement of all members with the panel, whether they're independent or not. We'd need to look at the cost of that. We'd need to look at the budget of the panel and just see what options were available. So we can certainly commit to coming back with some good information for the panel in September on the allowances question, but also on options around ICT provision, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Reid. Councillor Dawson.
Thank you very much. I agree with everything that Councillor Thompson said. I think it's appropriate that we recognise the additional work that the chairman manages on our behalf. I think it's absolutely essential that every member, doesn't matter whether you're a councillor or an independent member, is equipped to have full participation. But I would also point to the Secretariat. Can I first say thank you to Cheshire East? You're doing a much better job than Cheshire West. At Cheshire West, I only have an iPad. I'm only able to see one person at a time. The meetings are more clunky. Here I am using my domestic equipment. I'm in as a guest. I'm not in as a Cheshire West councillor because that's Cheshire West, too tied down. And I'm only able to see 9 people. And I appreciate you running to teams, but there are other platforms out there. We know that you are able to see up to 49 people on a single screen. That'd be more than adequate for what we require. I suggest we move to a situation where each of us can see each of us and the public participants, subject to a reasonable number, very readily. And whilst I support what's happening today, and it's a tremendous improvement on the Cheshire West meetings that I've attended, it's still not as good as the meetings that I've attended with Frodsham Town Council and meetings that I've organised through my own business. I know we can do better. So we're not spending money on room hire. And obviously there's a limit to what Cheshire West is doing with regard to webcasting at the moment, because of course this is a simple Teams recording that hopefully will just be put up in due course. So there is, for a full year, £4,500, which could be in part repurposed for all of these reasons. And the more we move into a sort of business environment where everyone can see and participate fully, the better.
Thank you, Councillor Dawson. Before I invite any other member to comment on this part of the meeting, can I just say, I know the pressure Cheshire East have been under to get the Microsoft Teams up and running, and the concerns that were raised over security of other platforms, although Her Majesty had a meeting on that platform yesterday, and people can draw conclusions from that they will. In terms of what Councillor Dawson's just said, and you know, the efforts of Cheshire East officers and the pressure they must have been under, I think clearly we've had experience of 2 platforms for meetings, and none of them is perfect, but some have advantages over the other. Does anyone else wish to comment?
Yeah, go on then. Yes,
Mr.
yeah. Just very quickly, adding on to the financial aspect of all this, is if we carry on having meetings like this, then we won't have the travel expenses that we have incurred in the past as well. So there's quite a considerable saving there, especially at the rate that Cheshire East pay over and above everybody else.
Yeah, thanks for that, Bob. Okay. There is, I don't think we're going to conclude this matter about what at the moment, we're tied to Teams, but there is perhaps a discussion to be had outside of this meeting, and given, you know, it is becoming, I wouldn't say long-winded, but issues we've had to deal with today are eating up the time. There is one issue on the budget that I wanted to comment on. As I've made members aware, there is pressure nationally because several authorities in the UK don't even use the Home Office budget. So it is about, when we're making statements about support provided by staff from Cheshire East Corporate Services, Democratic Services, Finance and Comms Department, and we made bigger this into the report that we submitted to the Home Office about the overrun and cash for legal support and HR support during that period of concluding the report. If we were asked to evidence, do we record member time, and is there any background document to this to evidence that we are actually spending £48,800 on member support?
Do you want to answer that, Martin?
Chairman, the actual figures you've got in front of you have been sort of validated by colleagues in our finance team. Individuals like myself and Mr. Reid don't actually time record the time that we actually put into supporting the panel. I know when work is done by colleagues in our legal service, they do have a more formal time recording system. But I think the panel can be reassured that the figures quoted in the report are actually incurred by Cheshire East in supporting the panel.
Okay, thanks for that. I just, at some stage nationally, I think the Home Office may ask panels to justify that spend, and we might want to give that some thought if we find ourselves in that position, so that all panels can maintain and secure that Home Office budget. That said, is there any more comments on item 8, the budget, before we move on?
Chair,
Okay.
just, I'm sure you'll want to take a vote on the recommendations which are set out on page 17 at paragraph 2.1. If someone, Chair, is prepared to propose that, and if a seconder agrees.
Thank you for that, Brian. On 2.1, page 17, the panel receives and approves the budget for the year. Can I have a proposer?
I'll propose it, Chair.
Yeah, Councillor Finlow, is that yourself? No, Norman Plumson.
Yes, if you wish, Chairman, with pleasure.
Thank you, Councillor Finlow. I got Councillor Norman Plumpton Walsh first. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Fusart, seconder. Take all approves the proposal. Mr. Reid, I don't have to go through a vote, do I?
I think, Chair, just as it's the budget, it would be good if you would swiftly go through that. Apologies, Chair.
That's all right, thank you. Councillor Rob Bissett. 4. Councillor Andrew Dawson.
4.
Councillor Martin Delaney.
4.
Councillor Paul Finlow.
4.
Mr. Bob Huzat.
4.
Mrs. Sally Hardwick.
4.
Councillor Laura Judah.
4.
Chairman, myself, 4. Councillor Norman Planton Walsh.
4.
Deputy Chair, Councillor Dave Thompson. Dave out again.
I'm not aware that he's disappeared again, Chair.
Just let me have a look on. Dave's still with us.
Yeah, he said 4.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Sorry, 4.
Thank you. Councillor Mick Warren.
4.
And Councillor Amanda King.
4.
Thank you. And the motion's carried, therefore. Move to item 9, panel arrangements, rules and procedures. So over to Mr. Reid.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Chair, before you move on, can I just be clear? I've proposed that a report comes back to the December meeting. Have we agreed that? I wasn't clear that.
Yeah,
we have.
Chair, the way I'd intended to handle it, if it's acceptable to the panel, is to note all of those points made by Councillor Thompson in the preamble to the minute. And you have my commitment, Chair, that we will go away and do exactly what we said. If you wish that to be formally minuted, you can take a sense of the meeting that that's what they want to see minuted, but in a sense it's one and the same thing. We will go away and do exactly what was requested.
Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Thompson, I think Mr. Reid did give that undertaking, and I noted Mr. Smith nodding that he was taking a minute of that, and having known these good men, I'm confident they'll go away and do that. Yeah, Mr. Reid, could I ask you to take item 9?
Thank you, Chair. And item 9, Chair, is on page 19 of the pack that is before members today. And of course, at each annual general meeting, Chair, the panel adopts its procedural rules for the year. Those draft rules, Chair, are set out at page 21. The report reminds the panel that the major review was undertaken in 2016. There have been some relatively minor amendments since, Chair, but I think that the panel, subject to what we say today, really have served the panel well. This year, there are 2 substantive changes that we are proposing for consideration by the panel. The first is referred to at Appendix 1, paragraph 4.1, page 30. And this simply recognises, Chair, that now virtual meetings are permitted under the legislation. So I think that's an important point to note in your procedural rules. The second, Chair, is can be seen in Rule 13 on page 43. And what we see here is a provision or a proposal by the officers, Chair, to introduce some urgency powers. Now, from my perspective as head of service for Cheshire East Council, head of democratic services, I can say, Chair, that the COVID-19 emergency brought into sharp focus the need to have provisions for urgent decision making. Issues which couldn't be foreseen, and indeed hadn't been foreseen, necessitated the use, Chair, of those urgency powers which were already written into Cheshire East's rules of procedure. And I think that was the case for all local authorities, that many local authorities are needing to make significant use of those urgency powers. I am aware, for example, of one authority not so far away that doesn't have any formal meetings taking place at all. Everything does appear to be being done by urgency powers. We've not done that at Cheshire East. We're well into a programme now for virtual formal meetings. But I hope that's illustrated the point that with something such as COVID-19, all of a sudden there can be the need for an urgent decision to be made, which really is absent from your current rules. So whilst we know, Chair, that we're already making good use of the new virtual meeting provisions, it still seems to me to be appropriate, Chair, to ask the panel if it wishes to introduce some urgency provision. And I think we can see those provisions at 13.1 on page 43, 13.1, 13.2 and 13.3. And really what I've done here, Chair, in the draft, because of course you would need to approve this, is to lift and shift the provisions which work well for Cheshire East Council into your rules. For example, the definition of an urgency power of an urgent decision rather is in 13.1. So this is a tried and tested mechanism which is used for Cheshire East Council, probably for other authorities too, but applied to the panel. And then in 13.2 we set out a power for the monitoring officer of the host authority to make urgent decisions subject to some certain consultation. Now, in the draft rules, Chair, you will see that we've suggested that that consultation could be with the Chair and Vice Chair of the panel, but there are options around that. I've sought to utilise similar provisions which apply in Cheshire East, but you could ask for something slightly different. The key thing there, Chair, is whoever the consultees are, it really needs to be a slick process, because the more consultees that are added slows down the process, and if one of the consultees is not available, then effectively it's very difficult for the decision maker to make that urgent decision because they haven't been able to consult. So I have got some suggestions if I can anticipate what might be being said. And we see some important criteria, Chair, in 13.2 subparagraphs A to D there, where we see examples of those necessary requirements. So, for example, the decision really must be urgent. This is not a way of circumventing the democratic role of the panel. It must be urgent, and the decision maker must be very mindful of that. And of course, a monitoring officer would be a very good judge of that. We must ensure that any urgent decision is reported to the panel for information. Of course, we must comply with legislation, and we must take that advice from the host authority's section 151 officer and monitoring officer. And we even suggest a form which is attached in Appendix 1. So, Chair, that's before the panel, and I'm conscious that some members may have some views. I can see one member indicating already, so I'll be quiet for a moment and let the debate proceed.
Yeah, I have had some pre-chats from members about this. I bow to my colleague who has more forensic legal brain on this, Councillor Dawson, please.
Thank you. Well, it's not the forensic brain I necessarily want to deploy in relation to it. I've got two separate points I want to raise. One is an important point at 4.1. This is all about using the new technology, and where we are told that we are going to use such technology as deemed appropriate by the council's monitoring officer. Well, I'm grateful that the council's monitoring officer has got us this far, but I would be disappointed if the council's monitoring officer didn't get us to where we need to get to in due course. So I wonder whether we should amend Rule 4.1 to include the words after the council's monitoring officer deems appropriate, including words that says, or such other platform as directed by the panel, taking account of the monitoring officer's observations. In other words, if we take the view that actually the platform being put forward by the monitoring officer doesn't do enough for us and our engagement with the public, we, subject to listening to what the observations are, can mandate that we do something else. And we know from our own experience that we have the ability to do so. I'm not looking to use the power, but what I think it's important that it's there so we can say to our Secretariat, look, we know we can do better than this. Let's try and make sure we engage with our public. Now, Chairman, I want to talk also about the items of urgency, but I don't know whether you want me to stop at this point or raise those points.
Chair, I can deal with that one if you wish.
I think we should deal with the first part because I know we're coming with the second part. Mr. Reid, you wish to comment?
Thanks, Chair. The position that we're in is one of interest, I think, and thank you to Councillor Dawson for that point. I know that there are other platforms. You, Chair, have already acknowledged that some have benefits and disbenefits. The Police and Crime Panel has a host authority, clearly. It's Cheshire East Council at this time. Cheshire East Council's approved platform, which is being used today, is Microsoft Teams. We don't have a formal approval from the council's perspective to use another platform. So, of course, this system is operating, I don't pretend to be a techie person, but it's operating through Cheshire East Council's ICT provision. And for that reason, the organisation, Cheshire East, has only approved Teams. So if the panel wishes me to look at this, again with the September report, we can seek to secure that justification from the host authority's head of ICT as to why it is that Teams is the only approved platform, and indeed whether or not there are any other options which the head of ICT would make available to the panel. What I'd be hesitant to do at the moment, I absolutely understand Councillor Dawson, who I know wishes to speak, is actually to write this into the rules at this stage when I know that the council's policy position actually doesn't permit it. So yes, we'd absolutely want to listen to the views of the panel as and when any issues might arise in the future. But as a matter of fact, Teams is the only platform which I understand to be available at the moment to the panel, but I can pull that into a report for September if that helps.
Councillor Dawson.
Okay, I'm agnostic as to the platform. I don't mind which platform we use. For me, it's a matter of functionality and capability. And it's important that all of the participating members are able to see each other, subject to local difficulties in terms of computers going down and so on and so forth. And I don't mind what platform it is, but I do want to be able to see each of the panel members. I do want to be able to see the members of the public and the Commissioner and everybody else who's getting involved. And that's the issue for me. And I know that Teams is being operated by Cheshire West, Cheshire East has got this limitation of only being able to see 9 people at a time. We've already seen the difficulties this morning where people haven't been able to indicate they want to talk or speak and so on and so forth. It's so much better than not having something, but that's our aspiration. We want, I believe, we want to be able to say, we want to be able to see everybody, and we know it can be done. The other option, of course, we have is to say thank you to the Secretariat, but we will run our meeting privately and then give you the recording afterwards, as it were. Still have the Secretariat to support the meeting, but that would be another option. Clearly, we can't decide that today, but I think, as Mr. Reid has said, coming back in September in relation to this would be quite sensible, because I hope I got it right. I think the direction of travel is we do want full participation by everybody who wants to get involved. And if that's the case, we need to tell the Secretariat, please give us a platform where everybody can be seen who has connected in such a way.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dawson. I think, does anyone else wish to speak on that issue of an alternative platform? Mr. Reid's given us an undertaking once more to go away and look and have some form of flexibility or contingency, which, you know, isn't a bad thing during these times. Anyone else wish to speak? No, I've got nothing. And now I'm coming to you, Andrew, for your urgency measures. You wish to speak on that? Councillor Dawson.
Sorry.
You're muted, Councillor Dawson.
Sorry, you want me to speak on the urgency bit now?
Correct, yes.
Sure, thank you. We do so many things so well with this panel, particularly when we act collegiately, and I wonder whether we should modify the urgency powers to emphasise the fact that we should be acting collegiately. There are at least 2 ways of structuring this. One is as when we appoint the independent members, we have, you know, 1 Labour, 1 Tory, 1 independent, forming that particular group. Another way of looking at it is that we should make sure that there's a representative from each council plus a representative, an independent representative, also as part of that body. And so I put forward, and again I suggest this is taken off to September, not dealt with at any time now, that actually we provide for some sort of management board for the panel comprising one representative from each council, one representative from Labour, Tory and Independent at least, so that we have a structure which allows us to move more swiftly and reinforces our collegiality, which is one of our strengths.
Chair, if I could just comment on that.
Mr. Reid, yes, thank you.
Thanks, Chair. And rather oddly, I'd penned down two almost identical options that the panel may wish to go for with regard to achieving that more collegiate approach. All I would say is, and we can bring a report back to September so that we can get a proper view of this. What we would not wish to do is to set up something that necessitates the formal calling of a meeting, because that then defeats the object. So I think what Councillor Dawson was probably implying was that the management board he referred to would effectively be the consultees. It may be a representative of each major political group represented on the police and crime panel, or it may be a representative of each authority represented on the panel. And in the way that Cheshire East Council's urgency provisions currently work, that makes it a slick process whereby even last weekend I was able to ring up the relevant consultees, send them an email so that they could see the proposal and secure an immediate consultation response to the proposed urgent decision. So I think that's what Councillor Dawson probably would agree with. I'm sure he'll have an opportunity if he doesn't, but we can bring that back to September, Chair.
Yeah, thanks for that. I think Councillor Dawson's given us a good steer, and I'll go to Councillor Delaney because I think what his contribution is going to assist in this way as well. Councillor Delaney.
Thank you, Chairman. It's going back to part 2B, which is on page 25 of the document, and it's about membership of sub-panels. Chairman, at a previous meeting of the panel, and don't ask me which one because my memory is not that good, I did raise under any other business when we had been talking about a complaint subcommittee that we need to talk about this because any subcommittee should reflect proportionality. Now, I think that goes along. That does go along with something that Councillor Dawson just mentioned then about sub-panels as well. Now, I look at the complaints subcommittee and it doesn't reflect the proportionality. Well, we haven't had the conversation on proportionality and the committee's been formed.
Yeah, may I help?
Yeah, I just thank you for your contribution. I think there's sound explanation with regard to what we deem to be the complaints subcommittee at the moment, and I'd refer across to Mr. Smith just to give some clarity to this. But the members here seem to be in danger of agreeing with each other about we need more proportionality.
Chair, if I may help, it's Brian Reid, Chair. Being the unfortunate individual who has to sit down after every election and prior to an AGM for Cheshire East Council and work out the proportionalities for 81 members across 4 or 5 groups, it is quite a task indeed to do. There are added complexities with regard to police and crime panels because it's not a simple mathematical analysis. Other factors have to be taken into account and predominantly based upon Home Office advice. So just to add to that and to give some reassurance, there is currently only one subcommittee of the panel, and that subcommittee has very specific terms of reference, which are to make recommendations to the panel. So it's not actually making any decisions, it's making recommendations, in this case, on policy. So I would be reluctant to write anything into the rules, Chair, which seek to impose strictures upon the way in which panels are composed. We could look at that upon the appointment of any such panels into the future. But what we wouldn't want to do would be to constrain the establishment of a panel such as the the subcommittee appointed to deal, for example, with complaints, and get tied up in knots with the maths and the Home Office guidance, and end up in conflict with that. Whereas because there is an opportunity every time a subcommittee is appointed by the panel for that very issue to be considered. So I think writing it into the procedure rules, and that may not have been the suggestion made, but I think writing it into the procedure rules might create additional hurdles that are simply not needed, because the panel has that opportunity every time to determine the terms of reference of the subcommittee and then to determine how it is composed. It's all in the gift of the Police and Crime Panel, Chair.
Okay, thanks for that, Mr. Reid. Could I just prompt Mr. Smith to answer Councillor King's question she's posted on the text, please? Does anyone else? Councillor Thompson, sorry, you're waiting to speak.
Yeah, Chair. I think I have to disagree a little bit with the officer here. I don't think it's necessarily the matter that you can get heavily tied up with maths. I think it's often quite a more straightforward process. Look, you've seen early in the meeting, I'm very keen that the way in which the panel conducts itself is very conversant with the kinds of standards that we see in local government. Most of us are local councillors, and on a local authority, the committees of a local authority will always be proportioned. And those of you, I think one or two of you were members of the police authority in the past. I do believe that the subcommittees of the old police authority were proportioned. The fact is, some of us are politicians, and I have no doubt that Andrew is a very good chair of the complaint subcommittee that we formed. But at the end of the day, we have a situation where 100% of the Conservative members are on that, and only 12% of the Labour members. I'll give that as an example. We also have a situation where on that group where members are represented from different local authorities, but not Halton. Now, this comes about because the panel over the years has been fairly relaxed. What we do is we basically say to people who'd like to volunteer, and we put our hands up. So that's really how it has evolved, and I understand how it's evolved. I mean, we always want to involve people, and I think that's important. But the principle that I'm suggesting is when the panel meets, it is proportionate to the makeup that has been agreed and comes from the local authorities. I suspect that in the future there will be some changes to this. When I first joined the panel, I don't think the Labour members, I don't think the Labour members were as many Labour members as what there are now. And that will change again. It will swap and change over time. But the principle of proportionality is a good one. And I don't think we should lose that, or we should be worried about being tied up in maths. I don't think it has to be written in law. It's very simple for a panel just to have, within their terms of reference, a simple line that says this: the panel will seek, I use the word seek because it's not always possible. People have to volunteer, for example, or there'll be absences. The panel will seek to ensure that membership of any subcommittee, working party or other such group formed for the purposes of panel business is comprised proportionate to the composition of the panel overall. Now, I think that's a very good thing to do. It's how we all work on our local authorities. I chair a committee and they're not all Labour members because it has to be proportionate. And you know what? That's a strength because it represents the broad view of the main committee as well. And I think any subcommittees that we have should be broad and represent the broad views, whether they're political or not, of the members of the panel. So I think that's a more sensible thing to do. And I don't think you have to get yourself heavily tied up in knots over that, because we can't have, as the officers have said, we can't have 0.24% of a member on a committee. I get that. I understand. As much as possible, we try to be inclusive, but we can't just ignore the fact that we can have subcommittees which are wholly disproportionate to the composition of the panel.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Dawson.
Thank you. I'm not too far away from Dave's position. I just want to make the point about the complaints subcommittee that it was a show of hands that produced the volunteers to come forward, and that's what happened. I mean, it would have been open to any panel member to join. And one of the principles I would like to see enshrined, which we don't do, is to make sure that we have people who are chairs and other things not of the same political party as the Police and Crime Commissioner. I don't care which party or non the Police and Crime Commissioner is from, but I don't think it's healthy to have the same political party involved. I think that you bring our processes potentially into disrepute. I actually think it's a strength to have a collegiate approach where and particularly when we are unanimous in our approach, that really speaks volumes, doesn't it? That's when we are, as I keep saying, at our best. And I would encourage us that when we look at proportionality, I think it's more on the basis of make sure there's independence, make sure there's Labour, make sure there's Tory, and ideally make sure each of the four authorities are involved. And if we act like that, nobody has the majority. When we speak as one, we speak with strength.
Okay, I'm just conscious of the march of time here, and the debate is good and healthy. I've still got people to speak, or we can hopefully draw it to a close.
Chair, can we make a suggestion that may help with that?
I think I know where you're going to come from, but be welcome, Brian. Thank you.
Chair, so I've heard a sensible view expressed that the panel should seek to ensure that subcommittees, etc., are representative of the proportions which apply to the Police and Crime Panel as a whole. And I can suitably tweak that agreement using that wording rather with the delegated powers that this report seeks to give to me under paragraph 2.11 to produce some wording which gives effect to the wishes that I'm hearing expressed. Indeed, if that is what you wish, but I'm conscious, Chair, you need to take a vote on those recommendations at 2.1 there with the agreement that we can bring things back on urgency.
That's very helpful. Given that Mr. Reed's given that undertaking, could I come to you first, Laura? Do you still wish to speak, or are you happy with that? Councillor Judah.
Sorry, Chair, what was the question? I didn't have my hand raised. I wanted to know if there are substitutes. I put it in chat. I was asking whether there are substitutes for the complaints committee, subcommittee, and if there are, what is the proportionality of the substitutes in the way of political?
Yeah, I don't believe there are substitutes, although people have been asked to sit in as a substitute. Mr. Smith, is that?
No subs.
No subs, no. Happy with that, Laura? Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Delaney.
Thank you, Chair. No, happy to go along with what Councillor Thompson proposed. If Mr. Reed can actually put that into some form of words and agree to be added, then yeah, happy with that.
So, Chair, I think what's before the meeting then, I don't think anybody else is indicating, are effectively the recommendations at paragraph 2.1. Subparagraph 1 is to adopt the rules of procedure for the coming municipal year, to delegate to myself, as we've indicated, the power to make such changes as give effect to the wishes of the panel, building in, of course, another minute which requires me to produce suitable wording to give effect to the debate just had about ensuring that proportionality of subcommittees, etc., is representative of the proportionalities of the panel as a whole. And so you have my commitment to do that. That, Chair, is, I believe, what is before the meeting.
Chair, the officers summarised that very, very well. I'm quite happy to move what he has just outlined.
Okay.
Seconded, Chair.
Do we have a seconder for that with the Deputy Chair moving?
I would second that. Just quick to raise my hand.
We'll run through our alphabetical list once more. Aye or for or against. Councillor Bissett.
For.
Councillor Dawson.
Abstain. I'm not sure what emerges what we were saying, but I'll wait and see what happens in September.
Councillor Delaney. Councillor Delaney. I think you're muted.
Sorry, I was on mute. For.
Councillor Finlow.
Abstain.
Mr. Crusoe.
Abstain.
Mrs. Hardwick.
Abstain.
Councillor Judah.
For.
Chair, myself, for. Councillor Norman Plumpton Walsh.
For.
Councillor Thompson.
For.
Councillor Warren.
Abstain.
Councillor Amanda King.
For.
Brian, I guess you're doing a count there. Can you get the result?
It's carried, Chair. I believe I've counted 7 members in favour of and a number with abstentions, but it's carried, Chair.
Okay, so the item's carried and therefore allows us to move on to the next and most important item, the overview and scrutiny of the police and crime commission.
Chairman, can I suggest we have a comfort break of 5 minutes?
Ooh.
Oh, please.
Yeah, I thought it's, thank you for everyone's patience. It's not easy for anyone, but yeah, we'll meet again at 10 past. Put Andrew's clock, 10 past 12.
Thank you.
10 past 12. Thank you.
Downstairs. Down. Down.
Go. Hey. Look there. Come on. Oh, look.
Sally,
Hang on, coming back up. Who is it?
you left the microphone on.
What's up? Oh, God. Wait a minute. Who's shouting?
Is it
Sally,
possible
it's Mick Warren.
produce?
You've left the microphone on, Sally.
Oh, right. Oh, I'm back. So, it's on.
Yeah, you've left your microphone on. We can hear everything you were saying.
Oh, God. Yeah, okay. Yeah, sorry. I have no idea what I'm doing. I've got to deal with the dog and then I'd be straight back. And the microphone's still on. Get up the stairs.
Can the producer not mute Sally for the time being?
Hey, bloody going on this is.
I am back. Oh, God.
Is Rachel there?
Our microphones are muted, or were until a moment ago.
Martin, I don't know, my screen's doing weird things.
I think I'm back, but I don't think I ever really went away.
The camera's off. The camera's on.
Bob, your picture's frozen for me. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. Okay, good.
I was sitting still, Evan.
You were incredibly stuck. Right, it's coming back to normal.
Is the Commissioner with us?
Is David King with us?
Yes, good morning, colleagues. I'm just waiting at your convenience.
Are we switched on?
Morning, everybody, or afternoon.
Or whatever.
Afternoon.
Afternoon, Commissioner.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Commissioner, one thing, and unfortunately still chair.
Congratulations, Chairman.
Thank you. Apologies for keeping you waiting. We have had a lot of issues, and we had 3 members of the public as well who had questions, and the procedural rules. And you'll understand, with so much going on, it's been a lot of time and detail and contributions the members wish to make. So our apologies for that.
No problem at all, Chairman. I understand AGMs are often difficult.
Well, we're all still here. We just had a 5-minute. Perhaps either Mr. Smith or Mr. Smith can indicate when we're happy to introduce the next part of the meeting.
Chairman, I think you are free to do that now. All members seem to be back.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now, Commissioner, have we lost the Commissioner? Commissioner, you're still there. Good. Just before we start, just quickly, apologies to you for your last meeting, which was, you know, all a bit last minute. I know that I think we're all very proud as a group that we have in the country. With the frenetic pace of the meeting, I didn't give you the opportunity to do an introduction, so apologies for that. You will get that opportunity today. Before we do that, we are living in, I know people use extraordinary times, but events as they're occurring. I know Mrs. Hardwick has asked me if she could say a few words followed by a minute's silence. Mrs. Hardwick, just to make her announcement. Sally.
Okay, I'd like us all to pause in our meeting just to remember George Floyd and all who feel aggrieved as the victims of racial, sexual, gender, religious or disability discrimination. At this point, I'd also like to remember the families of the victims of COVID-19 and those people who so selflessly risk so much in dealing with them and keeping us safe. And today we give thanks for those very brave British policemen and women who were faced with the terrible choice between keeping law and order or maintaining social distance, but who, in the interests of public safety, compromised their own lives and those of their loved ones, and they faced danger and disturbance on behalf of us all. So I'd like us now just to stop and bow our heads for 1 minute's silence as a mark of respect for all these people.
Thank you, Sally. And your dog actually barked at 1 minute, which was.
I think I'm going to kill him very shortly if he doesn't shut up. But never mind.
Commissioner, welcome to the meeting. And it's as you know, you've perhaps done more of these virtual meetings than I have. We're all trying to be concise and brevity, and you handled the last meeting really well. And I'm very pleased we got some very positive media out of it because it was deserved both for the panel and for the way you handled some really quite tough and many questions. So could I ask you to give a brief introduction of where you're up to and the work that's going on in your oversight scrutiny of the Chief Constable, and then we'll go into questions.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, panel members, and good afternoon to officers and the public in attendance. It's nice to be with you once again, and I hope that you and your families and residents are keeping well and safe in the current environment. Chairman, I'm grateful for Sally Hardwick's thoughts there and silence, and for leading that, Chairman. I was minded to make a suggestion, which I'm glad that Sally was forthright with. I think we do have to be very mindful of many current situations, of which I hope to refer to this afternoon. And can I start by also thanking those who continue to help lives by observing the guidelines around COVID-19. particularly, Chairman, because there is a worrying trend re-emerging. We must be very clear of that threat that remains, despite some of the mixed messaging that we in fact hear coming from our media. I agree with Sally that we must make our gratitude known to those on the front line of our public services that do make incredible sacrifices each day, taking risks to keep us safe and well. I think we should take, a real feeling from that moment that Sally suggested for all those that have lost their lives in the current pandemic, and state that our thoughts really are with their loved ones. But Chairman, a real special thought to those that have sacrificed their lives in the line of duty while trying to save others. This is the real ultimate sacrifice, and for me truly embodies the passion and the commitment of our public services. Chairman, I think we owe them more than we could ever repay, and I'm sure that we will remember them in a proper fashion. In terms of my update on my work, Chairman, members, my work does continue on a daily basis with my team at the OPCC, although by virtual means. We're very involved in the national and local picture in dealing with the current crisis. I continue to join my PCC colleagues on regular conference calls with government ministers who have been able to provide updates, assurances and partnership on key areas of concern, as commissioners have lobbied on important issues such as provision of PPE, the effects of domestic abuse in the current environment, and in relation to the continued effective work of the criminal justice system, which has been affected in no small measure by the current crisis. Members, locally, whilst I said we've carried on our daily work, we have had 5 close focuses in response to COVID-19. They have been continued close working in collaboration with all our public sector partners, fire, health, local government, our voluntary community and business sectors, in planning the local response to keep residents safe and well. We've ensured that all of our commission services that keep victims and our residents safe have implemented effective business continuity plans. We've assisted with that to ensure that local services are maintained for those who need them. Members, I took a great personal interest in convening regular calls with partners, ensuring that we are all as one, as commissioners and providers, to identify any lacks or any extra support required, particularly in those areas of domestic abuse and child sexual abuse and exploitation. Chairman, members, I think it's very important to note that we have ensured good communication and reassurance throughout the period. I hope you do receive our more regular now stakeholder newsletter, and that you are aware of my weekly sessions with the Chief Constable, where we take questions from the public and seek back from reassurance on key issues. I'm sure it won't have missed a notice either of members that I quickly identified some emergency funding to assist local communities to look after each other across Cheshire within this period. Chairman, I make those submissions so that members may wish to ask further questions on them as per their interest. If I can give a quick update on the Constabulary's ongoing approach to the assistance with coronavirus. I have explained in the past the 4 E's approach, Chair, of engage, explain, encourage, and only as a last resort do they, in policing, resort to enforcement. We know from the last panel meeting also, Chair, that the police have interacted now with the public in the tens of thousands, with most of those engagements ending very positively and without any need for enforcement action whatsoever. At this point, Chair, I think it is relevant for me to condemn the actions of those individuals who have taken up an opportunity within COVID-19 to threaten, to spit at, to cough at, to assault those police officers and public service workers that are there to protect us. And I'm sure members will join me in finding this reprehensible and sending that clear message back to those that wish to take these unfortunate and reprehensible actions. Chairman, I'm sure you'll join me with members in our immense pride and the ongoing dedication, the professionalism and the commitment of officers, staff and volunteers to ensuring that our residents are kept safe and well throughout this challenging time. I do want to just draw a little bit of attention to the matter I mentioned of responding to the needs of our communities, which I know many of you have done in terms of serving your communities in your relative roles. My support to that, members, has extended, as you know, to my Safer Communities Fund being opened in a quick fire sense to provide express grants to our communities, just to give you that reassurance that that money and those community funds are drawn by money taken from criminals, by our police officers in Cheshire, through the proceeds of Crime Act. I've been proud, members, to offer now in excess of 70 grants out to local community groups throughout Cheshire, where residents have clearly had some real benefit from that. The response to that has been second to none, and I would wish to thank all applicants to that fund, whilst reminding everybody that that fund does remain open under the Proceeds of Crime Act throughout this period, and will remain open as we enter any recovery stage within COVID-19. Chairman, members, I think it would be important and in fact remiss not to mention a very current issue which I think has touched us all, and which Sally Hardwick touched on only moments ago in the senseless killing of George Floyd at the hands of a police officer in Minneapolis. Chairman, I think many of us were shocked and appalled by this event, and I, like many of you, when I heard of this, felt a deep burning of emotion. I felt a pain in my own head and a real anxiety about what had happened. And Chair, I've got to say, I can relate to the feeling with that anxiety about what's happened to a fellow human being, of that anxiety of suffocation and not being able to breathe. And I think that struck many members of our community in a similar way. And last week I joined those in solidarity in Cheshire who wanted to make the voices heard for equality and who wanted to stand against all forms of racism. It's my belief that it's now the time for all in British policing to lead by example, with integrity and with courage. We must do more to ensure that our organisations are representative of the communities which they serve. We must be prepared to regularly examine our methods of policing, and we must redouble our efforts to engage with all of our communities. Members, I think it's important to recognise at this point some of the progress that has been made in Cheshire. I've tried to ensure real focus with the Chief Constable on my first priority of a police service connected with our communities, and I know that you've supported that. Investing in our communities with our dedicated community officers in local community bases lays the very foundation for good community policing. And that community policing must be not only with the consent, but it must be with the support of those communities. And I know that members will note the progress that Cheshire Constabulary has made since 2016 with my support. And in that time, we must celebrate matters like being readmitted into the best practice scheme for stop and search, That did happen in late 2016, following us being suspended from that scheme in early 16, just prior to my term of office. Progress, members, has also positively been made, ensuring that Cheshire Police is now more and more representative of the communities that it serves. And I think that might be a question that we may revisit in terms of that progress, should members wish to dive into that later on in the meeting. Whilst accepting this progress, though, it's clear that police leaders must confront the fact that we still have some way to go. I'm assured that the staff, officers and volunteers at Cheshire Constabulary are dedicated public servants with an incredible sense of duty to the communities that they serve. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank them for the empathy that they have shown with all who are legitimately angry. Policing does have a vital role to play in delivering stronger, safer and fairer communities. But I'm sure members will agree, policing can only do this if it has the trust and the confidence of our local communities. We know that we cannot police to our communities. We must police with our communities. Again, not just with consent, but with real support. Because as Peel said, the police are the public and the public are the police. And in that vein, we can and we must stand up to inequality and injustice wherever it exists. I can say, Chairman, that I've already discussed these matters with the Chief Constable. I've ensured that these matters will form part of our detailed scrutiny programme over the coming months. I know that the panel will take a great deal of interest in those meetings, as you always do, and that's a diligent interest. And I wish to thank you for your attention and support in these matters. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We will watch and look very closely, especially around the new uptake of officers, because we know, given social distancing and all the issues around that, continuing with normal practice of recruitment is going to be very difficult. And especially, I know it's helpful that Sally's taken the interest she has in recruitment and looking at it more closely. A big part of that will be around the level of recruitment of minority groups. So I'm grateful for that reassuring contribution. If we can move to the pre-submitted questions, which last time you answered very concisely and qualitatively, I have to say. You will recall that, or may recall hopefully, in March I attended your management board with the Chief Constable, and I think I'm correct, I was perhaps the first chairman to do that, and it was most insightful and useful, and I would encourage other members who can come along as members of the public, and it was good to be dismissed by the Commissioner for part 2. Now, one of the big issues that were highlighted by yourself, and I did some more research into, and I know you've had, and I'll just be as brief as I can going through it. Following my attendance at the Cheshire Management Board meeting, Police Crime Panel have been made aware of an issue relating to the airwave communication system and its proposed replacement, the Emergency Service Network. It was stated at the meeting that effectively the Cheshire Council taxpayer is subsidising a failed Home Office project, and that the current police communications equipment has in effect become not fit for purpose. Further research undertaken since has highlighted that this failing Home Office programme is already several years behind in implementation. This appears to be an unproven, large-scale and critical project which affects all parts of the emergency services, including that Fire Authority and North West Ambulance Service. ESN, as it is known, has been in the planning stage for 10 years and barely moved beyond first base. In the interim, airwave service continues to generate significant revenues to the main contractor, Motorola, of £620 million a year until 2022. The panel are aware of significant costs of maintaining airwave, expensive replacement costs for mobile devices, especially as the police force moves to mobile technology, and failures to achieve project cost reductions through the expected efficiencies not being realised due to the delays. This will have a significant impact on the Police and Crime Commissioner's budget, and in particular, if the comprehensive saving review savings were planned to come from the lowered cost through a fully working emergency service network. Indications from the National Audit Office is that ESN will be delivered up to 5 years late, with more than 3 billion over budget. It is highly unlikely this overspend figure includes the impact cost on the Police and Crime Commissioner's budget resulting from the delay. I did include in our submission the select committee who looked at this very closely. Now, I have asked specific questions. That question was big enough in itself, and I know we've recommended that the panel has one of our informal days looking more closely at this. So I'd ask you for, I know it's a massive subject, it's very important that the risks are managed as best they can around this, to protect both you and the police force, and everyone, both at a local and national level, is ramping it up with the Home Office. So I know it's complex, but I'd ask you to respond to that.
Thank you, Chairman, and I will give a brief response, as you suggest, followed up by a commitment to a full briefing and an informal panel with the Chief Constable. I know that members understand that my role as Commissioner involves holding the Chief Constable to account for the efficiency and effectiveness of Cheshire Police. And in this regard, I do scrutinise progress on matters such as the ESN, which is a government-led Home Office project. The Chairman will note that I do bring this up at every opportunity that I can. And I did prompt a conversation at a recent joint management meeting that the chair attended, even though it wasn't strictly on the agenda at that meeting. I do bring this up because I do fear the budgetary impact, and I did raise the matter in the March meeting of who would be responsible for the costs of maintaining the current airwave system, which, as the chairman rightly addresses, is an ageing system that does need an upgrade, and recognising that the implementation of ESN is substantially delayed. I don't believe that Cheshire residents should be footing the bill for technological delays, which are down to a government project which is government managed. And that is clearly my drive within that funds provided for policing in Cheshire do go to protect Cheshire residents and keep them safe and well, rather than bankrolling failed projects on a national level. So just to give some reassurance, I do offer scrutiny for this at a local level, at a regional level, with my interactions with the other commissioners in our oversight role as a regional collaborative body, and I also join commissioners at a national level in our Association of Police and Crime Commissioners in lobbying on this very subject. I would add that I believe the broader issues, Chairman, for members looking to educate themselves on this issue prior to a briefing are, as the Chair says, that they're very well documented in the report of the Parliamentary Select Committee. That is one of the finest pieces of scrutiny that I have seen on this area outside of PCC scrutiny. And I'm grateful for the members of Parliament that are involved in that scrutiny. I think, Chairman, in terms of brevity and allowing for further fuller briefings, I shall perhaps stop there, having recommended your very good attachment for consideration of members before a full constabulary briefing on this one. I may say, Chairman, I have already mentioned to the constabulary that it might be useful to have one of the national leads for this project at our informal briefing, rather than just the constabulary responding to issues as they arrive. So with your agreement, I would formalise that request that we have one of the national leads available for our informal meeting. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, excuse me. Thank you for that. And I know it's immensely complex subject. Very happy to accept the recommendation for the national lead on it. As you're aware, the National Association, have we lost Commissioner? The National Association is trying to give individual panels the tools and awareness to actually engage in this issue, so we can all be speaking and ramping it up with the same, because only by all coming together and asking the same very difficult questions of the Home Office, I think, are we going to get any change in this project and look at potential compensations for Cheshire Police and individual police forces. So that day is really, really important for us. Thank you. Right, I've got Councillor Dawson has got what he says is an urgent issue. I was going to move to Councillor Finlow for question 2, but could I ask Councillor Dawson to be brief and explain what that issue is, please?
Thank you, Chairman. I think in the light of the remarks that we've had both from Sally and from the Commissioner, and also the moving words from Mr. Quatang this morning, I think it's important that we address the issues that Mr. Quatang has raised at an earlier part of our scrutiny, rather than risk it falling off the end today. So, Commissioner, obviously you and I have been in exchanged emails in relation to that. I'm very grateful for that. I've got really 3 questions for you associated with the matters raised by Mr. Quatang's complaint, both specifically and of course more generally, which are the real issues. I welcomed your remarks just a few moments ago, but perhaps you could tell us what you anticipate the changes you're going to see made in the constabulary with the learning that hopefully is emerging in the way in which people are feeling that they are not being treated equally and fairly. The next question is, will your office join with us, the panel, in joint scrutiny of these sorts of areas with the constabulary itself, so all of us, as all part of the police family, can learn together and have confidence together in any changed arrangements that you're looking to make? And the biggest worry I had in witnessing Mr. Quatang's complaint being handled was the impression I formed was that Cheshire Constabulary was not a learning organisation and wasn't a reflecting organisation, and didn't pause and reflect to think about how its actions could have affected, in this case, an individual. But what worried me particularly were the implications for the wider constabulary and the wider issues that tended to suggest. So I'd welcome your comments in relation to those 3 matters, please.
Commissioner, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Dawson.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Councillor Dawson. A very, very welcome question, and ones which do need to be clearly addressed in policing. I think they do relate into some of the opening remarks. If I could take these kind of subjects flowing on from each other. The complaints process in policing is one by which learning should take place and reflection should take place, and that is clearly within the procedures that fall before us in police complaints. I do recognise that there's a statutory system of complaints there, Councillor, that do flow where complaints have to be made to the police professional standards department. These complaint systems are covered by statute and do have those matters flowing within them that do look for learning, reflection and making sure that changes can be made. I think that's absolutely right, and I think, as I said before, that we must listen, we must learn and we must change when complaints are made and people are dissatisfied. Now, for me, it shouldn't even take us to get to a level where complaints are made for us to be listening, learning and reflecting. That should be a constant process within policing in truly representing our communities and dealing with everybody in a fair and equal manner. That for me should be the bedrock of policing. And, you know, I make no apology for that being the bedrock. That should be there, and that should be the way that complaints are dealt with in a proper manner. In terms of changes in the constabulary, I'm sure you're aware of my constant scrutiny of the constabulary on this matter. So I suppose there's two avenues with this. One is recognising the statutory complaints process. Various parts of that are clearly split. You'll be aware there are varied parts of the complaints process that neither I nor you in our respective roles can get involved in. So for instance, I'm not permitted to get involved in a complaint at its initial stage. That must go to the police under law, under legislation, to the Professional Standards Department. I recognise that the panel has a part to play in terms of not a role in the statutory complaint system for complainants to the police, but the panel's role in the complaint system is regarding complaints against myself as a commissioner or any future commissioner. I do recognise that complaints that have come in after February this year, that there is a right of appeal from the Professional Standards Department in Cheshire Police to myself as Commissioner for my office to review the right of review to an appeal to that decision. I also recognise that complaints made before February of this year, the appeal mechanism is different and eventually takes that to the IOPC. So where a complaint was made, depending on the time, different legislation clearly applies. I would very much welcome a coming together at one of our informal meetings to discuss these matters, to discuss the relative roles of all parties in the statutory complaint system, which unfortunately we can't change what that system currently is. We could campaign for that clearly if we didn't feel it was proper and didn't work properly, but we must stick as we are within a statutory complaint system. I suppose my other part of this, councillor, is clearly as a commissioner who scrutinises police complaints in general, and I do look for patterns of behaviour in terms of complaints that are made. That is very, very important to me, and as members that often attend my scrutiny panel and read my scrutiny minutes, you will be aware of my duty and commitments to doing that. Having said that, I do agree, as I just mentioned, that we should have a joint session, considering what our responsibilities are, and I would encourage very much in that session for myself and the Chief Constable to clearly outline what learning and reflection does come from complaints. I would also like to be able to offer that we could, without getting into individual cases, which of course I'm not permitted to do, that we could reflect on the complaints made to Cheshire Constabulary and have a review of those, that we could have a review of issues that have been found to be upheld by the Constabulary or dismissed, and that we could clearly look to, again without names or personal information, to the action taken by Cheshire Constabulary to make sure we can see that the Constabulary is a learning organisation that does reflect on the actions of its officers. I'd conclude on that, Chairman and Councillor, by just merely saying any level of inequality, I would encourage people, or even perceived inequality, I would encourage the public to report in as an expression of dissatisfaction, as a complaint, so it can go through that statutory procedure, which frankly is the only procedure we currently have under law that this can go through. I assure people that if this complaint then comes to my office under the OPCC right to review, upon a complainant referring that appeal to us after a PSD decision, that my office will take its responsibilities under the law absolutely seriously in reviewing those complaints within the law that we have, and I will always reflect on those to make sure that learning and change does occur. I would regret any incidents that have happened and have had to bring complaint from Cheshire Constabulary, and just give my assurance that I do regularly monitor these, and actually would encourage everybody at every stage to make those complaints official within process, so they can be properly recorded, they can be considered. If necessary, they can be reviewed by the OPCC as an appeal mechanism, and we can ensure together that learning does come out of this, that changes any cultures that may exist that need a real challenge. Thank you, Councillor.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. I think we know the lines of demarcation with complaints that you rightly allude to, but we are also mature people who can have a conversation with each other and perhaps influence. And given today's experience with members of the public, we do need to be having some conversations about how best we may informally resolve some of those issues to the satisfaction of those individuals involved. So I'm grateful for your reassurance in that area. Councillor Dawson, is there anything you wish to add?
I just want to thank the Commissioner for those remarks. I look forward to working with him and hopefully the Chief Constable, certainly in an informal session to begin with. And I'm very conscious that the wording of the report on Mr. Quateng's case doesn't necessarily reflect everything that he said, and know that that will be one of them.
No.
Andrew, you've frozen. I don't know if you can hear me. Okay, I think we've got the gist of what Andrew said.
Chairman.
Sorry, is there someone wishes to speak on the issue?
Chairman, it's David Keane, just as Commissioner again. If I could just add to what's been said. Can people hear me still?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Chairman. Just to really kind of round off on this particular issue, if I can just state that my door is open and I am very keen to meet with anyone with any concerns, particularly on an equality basis, but just noting, Chairman, that I'm not allowed to get involved within the procedure within the complaints regime, but if any concerns are outside of that regime, I am very willing and would welcome the opportunity to learn from any experiences made. And I would also, Chairman, wish to note that with the permission of anybody within those complaints regimes, I can access those reports and can have consideration of them, but I do need to make the point that if I don't have the permission of any complainant to access those reports, then I'm clearly unable to access them in terms of trying to challenge the constabulary on lessons learned. So if we could just reflect on that, Chairman, and as I say, if we can go on the record as inviting a further conversation between myself and anyone with any concerns, that would be a personal meeting for a frank conversation and an opportunity to ensure I understand all of the issues that we would like the constabulary to reflect and learn from. I think that's essential, Chairman.
Yeah, I think I'm grateful for the clear steer that you're giving there and a way forward in the way that we suggested. Yeah, I'm just conscious some members have got other meetings, so I'm getting text messages as we speak, so I'm grateful for that, and we'll move on. Thank you for that. If I could move to Councillor Fitto, to question 2, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Could I ask if the Commissioner could give an update on current recruitment to and numbers of our special constables in Cheshire, and could he indicate in terms of those numbers how they compare in percentage terms of the regular constabulary? I don't know what comparative statistics are available, but do we know, for example, what the difference is per head of population between Cheshire specials and neighbouring forces? I think it would be interesting to know this and relevant. Thank you.
Commissioner, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Councillor Finlow. I think this is a good question, and I have made inquiries with the Chief Constable in this regard, who does sit over volunteer police officers. I have done some research and done some calculations on this, just to give some real reassurance to the Cheshire position. I understand the Cheshire position to be that recruitment is continually now open for special constables, and training is continually ongoing to train them to the best level relating to their role as professional police officers, but in a volunteer capacity. So the representation of Cheshire Specials to the number of Cheshire police officers, that's full-time paid police officers, is 13%. So our special constabulary weighting is 13% of the total number of officers. The national percentage on average is 8.5%. So we're 4.5% above that national average. I have been able to compare that well with our neighbours of Greater Manchester and Merseyside Police, who have respectively a 5.6% and a 7.2% ratio between specials and the size of their police officer numbers. Chair, may I take this opportunity while we're talking about specials, and I know you've done the same on social media, Chairman, to just draw some attention to praise the work of our special constables. I know that members know that last week was National Volunteers Week, and in fact last weekend was National Specials Weekend. This is a real celebration and focus on volunteers in policing, and I'm proud to say that we saw over 1,000 hours of special constable activity over this weekend in our local communities. Talking to the Chief Officer of the Special Constabulary, it's clear that his approach is now based upon quality, commitment and delivery in the Special Constabulary, and this appears to be serving the Cheshire residents very well. Last month demonstrated a 21% increase in hours and activity, which is actually the biggest number and contribution in many years. Last month saw over 6,000 professional policing hours volunteered to Cheshire communities. Just to highlight as well briefly, Chair, that Cheshire's Special Constabulary has been recognised as national best practice, recently running special focused operations supporting local businesses, public and community assets. And just to note that our Special Constabulary are leading the field, having dedicated and skills teams in several areas, but particularly to support our roads and crime unit, deployment support teams and specialist search teams as well. So I hope that gives some reassurance, Chairman, Councillor Finlow, that we are ahead of the bunch, way above average, and have a very strong commitment from our volunteers who risk and sacrifice to make Cheshire safe.
It sounds very encouraging, Chairman.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Finlow, for the question. Thank you, Commissioner, for the answer. You're right, I am aware there's been a huge, they've stepped up to the plate, specials. There's been a huge increase in commitment to an already good service, you know, during this recent past, which they are absolutely to be commended for. Thanks for that. As an ex-police officer, Councillor Mick Warren is a good member of the panel, and he has insight. And I think his next question is particularly relevant to recent events. Councillor Warren.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Afternoon, Councillor.
Afternoon. I'm asking in relation to the multi-agency public protection arrangements and the multi-agency risk assessment conferences, the MAPA and the MARAC meetings, just to confirm they are still happening, as they play such an important role in reducing the risk from perpetrators of violent and sexual offences during this time. I presume they're being held similar to this meeting virtually. Is that causing any issues in light of the recent reports of increased reports of domestic violence?
Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I've been consistently involved with the constabulary, asking questions and assurance on this matter, Councillor. The constabulary do confirm that both MAPA and MARAC do play a key role in reducing risks to our public, and particularly the vulnerable in Cheshire. Right throughout this COVID-19 crisis, it has been business as usual with regards to MAPA, and there has been a joint approach by police and the National Probation Service in managing high-risk offenders, which has continued to happen in the normal way despite the COVID situation. There's been a clear acceptance in this area that MAPA could not alter their working arrangements, except from the requirement that when they're coming together simply to discuss cases, that this does, as you rightly say, take place over digital means or the telephone. In terms of MARAC, numbers have increased in some areas, but I've sought assurance and I'm satisfied that there is strong governance and strong partnership integration. E-MARAC is ongoing in Cheshire East, and the constabulary are looking now to roll this trial right out across Cheshire. You're right to say that all meetings with regard to MARAC are now held online. What that means essentially for us is that there's no delay or extra threat in this process, and this is now likely to continue beyond the lifting of any restrictions, because your point is well made, that avoidance of delay is absolutely essential. I think this process of our time in COVID has taught us many lessons, and I think, like many organisations, we will continue to work in better, more efficient digital ways as we enter the recovery and post-recovery stage. It's a great way of working, a great partnership, and I think it serves those that need the service in Cheshire to the very best abilities that we have as a partnership.
Thank you, Commissioner. I can only just express the difficulties we're having as a panel from 4 authorities using different technological platforms, so don't underestimate. I have sat on a MARAC and know how effective they are in risk reduction around some very vulnerable individuals. So the challenge of multi-agency technology working together remotely is far greater, but I would ask for the Commissioner's vigilance in reassuring us and, you know, yourself and your staff that this essential work continues. Okay, I'm getting messages. Some members' laptops are running very low on battery. We're all once again on a learning curve because as we're moving on. So I have been asked if there are questions we don't get to, and because people are dropping out of the meeting, could we have a written response to them, Commissioner?
Yes, Chairman.
Moving on, thank you, to Mr. Fusart, which has an online question and timely to come in at this stage, I think.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. A large number, although not all victims of child and domestic abuse, are known to a range of agencies, including the police. Could you outline what interventional measures have been undertaken throughout the period of the implementation of the Coronavirus Act 2020 and what lessons have been learned to date?
Thank you, Commissioner. Thanks.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Chair. Yes, quite a substantial answer to this one, which I shall try to move through at pace, Chair, on behalf of both the Constabulary and myself. The Constabulary took a Cheshire-wide focus to ensure the effective management of these cases. Local policing units have been tasked with identifying the most vulnerable victims and to work with partners to support safeguarding. There's been a renewed focus on evidence-led prosecutions to support vulnerable victims. There have been proactive victim visits that have taken place in conjunction with partners. There's been a clear identification of perpetrators pre or post charge bail that's been collated centrally and sent out to LPUs for actions and enforcement where appropriate. The Force Incident Manager has been regularly reviewing ongoing arrest attempts to make sure there's true ownership of these by relevant officers. There's been effective use of domestic violence protection orders, the DVPOs, within the Constabulary, and there's been oversight of all related investigations to ensure that all line of inquiries have been undertaken with assurance. From my perspective, Chair and Bob, I've convened regular meetings with key partners throughout the Cheshire areas in relation to domestic violence and child sexual abuse and exploitation to understand that we are correctly resourced, that partnership is working correctly. I've been impressed with those meetings, impressed with those responses. People haven't been backwards and coming forwards to make partnerships working better. Throughout those meetings as well, I've really pushed to help with any shortcomings. I've been pleased to be able to fund technology throughout Cheshire to be issued to victims to actually support them in working with police and partners in the meantime and to keep them safe. I've also supported successful regional bids to government for refuge provision. This has now totalled over £300,000 in the last couple of weeks. It's come back into Cheshire. I've also submitted a bid to the Ministry of Justice directly relating to domestic abuse as a consequence, should I say, of COVID-19. This funding is for charities and social enterprises to address victims' need for commissioned and non-commissioned services. The process remains open, but we have bid for significant funds on behalf of victims after lots of engagement with partners in the sector. And I'm hoping that the results of those will be back with us before the next panel meeting. And finally, Chair, you may have noted that I've been leading a campaign during lockdown to make sure that we can open the door on domestic abuse and violence. And that has involved us thinking quite cleverly about how we can get to potential victims of abuse in this time. And you may have seen things like the posters going up in local shops where people could visit alone, other local facilities. And I've got to say, Chair, from being in an underreporting position, those reports have now increased in Cheshire and referrals are happening and support is being given to those that need it. So if I can just give a quick plug, Chair, while I'm on, for anyone that is suffering or knows somebody else that may be suffering from domestic abuse, if they can search Open the Door Cheshire, help is there, Chairman, and it will connect all partners in bringing assistance to those that need it in this difficult time. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Mr. Broussard.
Yeah, can I just do a follow-up on that, please? Just a quick one. Do you have any indication as to whether there's been a significant increase in the number of incidents and interventions that have been taken by Cheshire Constabulary?
Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Chairman. Good question, because at the last committee, we did note that national lines had actually had an increase. We did note that Cheshire hadn't followed in that increase at that time. I can tell you that Cheshire has now followed in that increase. I believe the campaign and the prompting may have played a small part in that, because we've got to remember, colleagues, that we're dealing with a situation where victims may well be trapped in the home permanently with their abuser, and that the opportunities report were very limited. That did need a new approach to be able to get that message through to those suffering from abuse. What I would say is those numbers now have increased, and I am assured by the Chief Constable they have been given particular support, and that isn't just from policing, that's from our partners in domestic abuse in Cheshire, from our newly opened and extended women's centres, and our refuges, which I've got to say the whole criminal justice system have been clearly behind and supporting in Cheshire. So I would say, Chair, that I feel that we're almost leading now in this area, and this actually, our leadership in this area, we may come on to in a later question, but it actually came from this panel a couple of years ago. So perhaps we'll cover that later if we have time. Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. Interestingly, coming to the next question, you've just given some reassurance around that question, which was actually an issue raised by Amanda King when she was on the panel about the availability of refuge accommodation and some reported almost unacceptable practice that was going on at the moment. Now, I saw some correspondence from a very senior practitioner in domestic abuse yesterday to Councillor Judah that was reassuring around the issue of refuge accommodation. So the question that was going to be put to you at this stage, I don't think is now. Councillor Judah has a different question, which I think you will welcome. Councillor Judah.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioner. I'd like to ask how are the, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you, Councillor.
Yeah, right, okay. How are the police coping with the newly introduced measures of quarantine? How were you able to enforce this new law? How difficult will it be? And have you started to do it yet?
Thank you, Councillor. I would say a little bit of a more operational question perhaps for the Chief Constable, but if I can just give a brief answer, that Cheshire Constabulary continue to enforce the law and the guidance that has been brought in around the COVID-19 situation. The approaches of those 4 E's that we consistently talk about, with enforcement being the very, very last option after we've engaged with the public, after we've explained the regulations and the threat that goes with them, and after we've encouraged compliance with those regulations. I can say that I believe further to the last meeting, I have received reassurance that Cheshire Police are still dealing with these matters appropriately and proportionately. I did mention in my introduction that I'm absolutely aghast at the way a small minority of the public have responded to the challenge of police enforcement of these measures, as they put people at risk, which is a serious health risk, and as we know, sadly can lead to death in many situations. I do believe in the Cheshire Police approach. I do know that more enforcement action has taken place since our last action. We are approaching, I believe now, nearly 200 fixed penalty notices that have been issued. I think at the last minute, Chairman, Councillor, it was around the 40 mark. So there has been further proportionate use of these powers where necessary, but do recognise the difficulties that Councillor Judah raises, because you know, I'm sure that there must be breaches right throughout the county, you know, and with a limited number of police officers in ratio to the number of square miles and the number of residents that we have in Cheshire. I would say that absolute enforcement doesn't come without its challenges. Having said that, I am reassured that where policing has had to make a challenge, that the Chief Constable does largely consider that proportionate and fair. I'm hoping that that gives some reassurance, Councillor, but obviously I'm willing to come back with a further response if required. Thank you.
Councillor Judah.
Sorry, yeah, I'm sorry. I clearly didn't make myself understood. I'm talking about the latest. I was referring to the latest instructions that have come from the Home Secretary concerning people that are coming into the country, whether they're coming in from holiday or from business, where they have to be quarantined. And I wonder the responsibility of the police and how they're going to enforce this. So I'm really sorry. I did know the answer to the question you've just answered, so I do apologise.
Commissioner, thank you. Thank you, Councillor.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. Obviously, this is from my perspective, as you'll understand, and the reason for asking the question, is a very difficult matter to enforce, isn't it? As the general position of lockdown has its real difficulties in being enforced. I note that other nations did bring in similar measures almost immediately in this crisis of lockdown, which have obviously restricted the spread of COVID-19. My position is that I would have liked to see those restrictions brought in much sooner. But of course, I suppose you would realise, Councillor, that unless we had a police presence actually monitoring each of those people and each of those households, it is almost very difficult to the stage of an impossibility without almost a police state approach, if I can use that phrase, to truly enforce that matter. So the police, I would expect, as in any other measure or any other offence, if any offence was reported or alleged to the police, I would expect them to investigate and process that as they would any other criminal offence. I hope that's useful, and I'm sorry that I can't get into an operational response more than that, but I think they would be the base expectations of which the public of Cheshire, of which I'm one of, would expect the police to do. Obviously welcome any further challenge or advice on the matter.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I think Councillor Warren's just dropping out the meeting because he has to, I was going to say connect with another meeting, but thanks for that answer. I was very pleased to hear that the National Police Chiefs Council ordered a few weeks ago a review of policing of COVID-19 so early on during events, which I think was important. I think one of the things to come out of it, because I think we all have reservations around the quarantining issue of travellers from abroad, is the passing of a law that is almost, as you highlight, unenforceable. Needs a great deal of consultation with the police force and government about how these things are managed, rather than, we know things have been moving at pace, but I really welcome that review, given this thing hasn't gone away yet, and we may be policing similar issues for some continuous time. Councillor Dawson, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Commissioner, you'll recall at our informal meeting I raised with you the budget effects of the COVID crisis on Cheshire Police. Could you perhaps give us an update? And just whilst you're giving us an update, I'm also very conscious from reports I hear within the wider policing family, not necessarily from Cheshire Police, that a lot of police money, resources are being spent on overtime, but officers are not actually that busy. There aren't that many tasks, particularly as much of the public is sat at home.
Commissioner, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dawson. Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I do recall the question, Councillor Dawson, and I think we did come to the position that I feared at some point that we may be dipping into our reserves because of the extra cost of COVID-19 on our public services. I still do have that concern, but I can advise that the constabulary has not yet had to call on their already low reserves, and particularly low reserves in terms of a national comparison in terms of policing. The possibility, though, does still remain a real possibility. The reason why it's not an immediate pressure at the moment, Councillor, is because the government have recently decided to bring forward some funding. And I must say, before we go further, that this is not new funding. What they've done is they had planned to pay the constabulary in arrears for the national uplift of those replacement officers that had disappeared over the last decade. The plan was for the government to pay the constabulary once the officers had been in post and were working. The government had now usefully changed that plan and are actually paying Cheshire Constabulary the money a little bit earlier so that we can pay those officers rather than dip into money that we don't have. So just to be clear, this is not new money or extra money, and it merely delays the position of having to go to our reserves. Just speaking in terms of overtime, I'd say that the good planning and good following of guidance of officers, staff and Cheshire Constabulary has actually led to a position where it's not been necessary for the constabulary to cancel any leave for officers or staff to ensure that operational capacity can be maintained. I think essentially to follow that, officer and staff absence due to sickness and isolation also haven't been as high as was initially anticipated. And I again believe that's due to good planning, good hygiene and good guidance. So with that, overtime hasn't been a huge necessity because we've not had the absence level or the leave kind of level to necessitate widespread overtime. What I would say though, overtime spend has happened where it's been necessary for specific teams with specific roles related to COVID, and they are specialist teams. But to concur with you, that hasn't yet happened on a widespread constabulary basis with other teams and other officers. It's still unclear at this point what the government's position will be to overtime. I did hear the other week from the policing minister that they would look at any additional expenses incurred, but as you rightly say, they will balance that off against any savings that may have been incurred where we don't have overtime that we would perhaps usually have at this time of year. I don't see that as an unfair position, Councillor. So with that, I think that would kind of conclude my answer to your question. Obviously, welcoming a supplementary question, but can I just place on record my thanks to the Chief Constable and his team for their kind of commitment to sound management of financial resources in this period, and his clear view that we shouldn't unnecessarily spend any more money than is necessary in the current period.
Thank you for that, Commissioner. You'll be grateful to know that my supplementary question is very brief. When we have our next informal session, could you be good enough to give us a more detailed update on the budgetary position, perhaps a written paper describing where the constabulary has reached? Because I think that would help and inform my next questions for you in September on exactly the same topic.
That I believe would be possible, Councillor Dawson. What I am aware of is that the constabulary are recording increased spending in these areas directly related to COVID. I shall make a request to the constabulary to share that information with me, and I will make that request whether it's possible for me to share that with you either publicly, or if there's any reason where that can only be shared privately. With the panel's agreement, I would ask that is shared for your information in either way.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to try and aim to culminate this meeting by 1400 hours, 2 o'clock, if we could bear that in mind, because we may go on and on. It's all really good stuff. I'm not trying to underestimate that. Can I move to Sally Hardwick's question 7, please? Sally, you're muted.
Am I unmuted?
You are now. Thank you.
Okay. I think one of the things I'm very concerned about in the present outbreak is the position of the vulnerable, and especially those with special characteristics which may not be particularly noticeable. I mean, not all disabilities are visible. We've all seen the car stickers. And one of the things, I understand that there are quite a few of these groups and you will have to attack them, as it were, piecemeal. I'm thinking especially of things like mental and deaf. And now I understand that you are a member of the committee on deaf, on identifying how deaf people can engage with the emergency services, and you presented a protocol to the Fire and Rescue Service about this. Has there been anything back from them or any amendments made to it? Okay, over to you.
Thank you, Sally. Yeah, just I think I can broaden that, give a bit more clarity. That the Commissioner, and I thank you for the question, the Commissioner had the foresight to have a meeting with myself and the Deafness Support Network, where we appreciated that people with a hearing disability do have issues and problems with reporting crime or an emergency situation to the police. And he was supportive of a charity in Cheshire which does so much good work, going away and putting together a very comprehensive, cost-effective submission. And now I know it's not to embarrass any individuals, we've all been very busy, but I think the thing is, could the Commissioner raise it? You're to be commended for your involvement in it. It gives solutions to both the police and the fire service around this issue of people with severe hearing disabilities. These are some of the most vulnerable people in Cheshire because quite often they're multi-sensory loss. So many of them are blind, deaf, some are bedbound, and you can just imagine the monitoring that is contained in this proposal will effectively support them. And just as with the police and the fire service, let's go forward and do the project, which is low cost, that's being proposed in this as things start to move onward. And it's just that reassurance, Commissioner, simply.
Yes, thank you, Sally, and thank you, Chairman. The Chairman's quite right in that I'm absolutely supportive of actually any proposal that can reduce vulnerabilities, especially with regard to alerting the emergency services or the carers to any problem or vulnerability for Cheshire residents. I would want to support any steps that would remove inequalities, and I think that goes kind of throughout my fibre, as I know it does the Chairman's and I know it does Sally and other members of the panel. With regard to my influence on the Fire Authority, however, I do have to say that I am only by statute an observer at that body. I can't make decisions. I don't have voting rights or powers on that body. I am an observer by virtue of my role as the Police and Crime Commissioner. But what I am very, very happy to do is to bring that up in my kind of joint collaborative meetings with police and fire. I know that the leadership of the fire service is intrinsically interested in these areas. I know they share the commitments of all of us, and particularly I know with kind of Evan's background in the fire service, I know that they would be very keen to listen and take this on. So I will raise it. I'll raise it in an informal manner because I don't have any statutory powers or rights to raise it in a decision-making manner. under my understanding. But given the significance of the issue in assisting with vulnerabilities and removing inequalities, you wholeheartedly have my support.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mrs. Hardwick, thank you.
Yeah, I thank you, Commissioner, for that, and I'm very, very grateful for your support. Do you know when the next meeting's going to be? I mean, is it going to be within this pandemic or after it? In which case, things will have changed radically.
Sally, Chairman, there is a fire authority meeting that's upon us. The agenda's already gone out, and as I did say, I'm not in ability as an observer to get something on the agenda of the fire authority meeting. But my meetings with the leadership of the fire service are very, very regular. I'm in telephone contact, I'm in digital contact, and we do have regular scheduled meetings in. Now, I believe the issues raised here are well beyond the COVID period. These are general principles of inclusiveness, of caring for vulnerabilities, of removing inequalities, and essentially of keeping people safe and well in a way that Evan has quite rightly assessed in his conversations with me, and much more efficient, effective and caring than provisions we currently have. So for me, this is almost, if I may use the phrase I think Evan's used before, it's almost a no-brainer. This should happen and has to happen. I suppose it's the issue of how it happens, how it falls into kind of budgetary requirements, how it's connected up, who pays for these things. But I do believe within our kind of joint responsibility to keep people in Cheshire safe, areas like this cannot be ignored. So please, please do take my assurance. Please do keep raising it with me, with my kind of some ability to influence. I'll use every little bit of that ability that I do have to ensure some progress.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, we don't underestimate your ability to influence. I know it's considerable, but I thank you for that commitment. Right, we've got 4 pre-submitted questions to get through in about the next 27, 28 minutes. So we're doing well. If the Commissioner feels, you know, because I know the next question's a difficult one to answer comprehensively and concisely. If you feel you could do a written response, brief response in verbally, and a further more detailed response, perhaps from someone in the force who's dealing with it, you know, that might be helpful. But on that, I'll go across to Councillor Rob Bissett, please. You're muted, that's it. Thank you. Take your mute off, Rob. Rob, you're muted. That's it.
Can you hear me now?
Can do. Excellent.
Right. Okay. Yeah, the question is, at the commencement of the implementation of the Coronavirus Act 2020, the National Crime Agency published a threat assessment for coronavirus-related crime. And there is a link where the National Crime Agency warned that organised crime groups may try to exploit the coronavirus outbreak to target the UK. Can the Commissioner tell the panel what steps Cheshire Police have put in place to counter these threats?
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Rob.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Chair. Yes, I can explain some of this, Councillor, because I'm involved in scrutiny of this at both the local, a regional and a national level. And I do accept that the responsibilities of this are shared as well between local forces, regional collaborations and national organisations such as the NCA. Cheshire is very much involved with good relationships nationally, do form part of our regional approach and collaboration, and some of our work takes place at a very local level involving local resources as well. What I would say with this is one of the main focuses that we did warn about early on and were aware and have tried to invest in prevention is the online threat relating to fraud in relation to COVID-19. We did receive very early indications that this would be a real threat. We have had reports of various fraud throughout Cheshire. That can be your usual kind of email, telephone fraud, which is obviously more accessible with people being at home. But it can also be down to those aspects of people, for instance, knocking on the door, offering particular testings to do with COVID, as easily done on the internet. And I think we do have to realise that criminality has changed, and fraudsters will use digital and internet means, which means they're much more likely not to be held to account than perhaps if they were physically caught on the doorstep of somebody's house. The Constabulary has developed a targeted patrol plan to pursue criminals who continue to operate within this period. That does go well beyond fraud, and criminality have really moved on within this period. And you may have noted on the Cheshire Constabulary sites and press releases, there's been huge operations on our road networks in Cheshire to disrupt and make arrests of those transporting drugs. There's been some fantastic work which I really must commend in Cheshire recently with a huge haul, I think approaching the £60 million mark. All I can say on that one is that I believe it makes national history as well as local history. And I really look forward to, colleagues, the proceeds of crime money that may come from that operation, of which at least some of that will directly find its way back into the communities of Cheshire and support good policing and law and order in Cheshire. So I'm very keen to, how can I say this a bit tongue-in-cheek? I'm keen to thank people for their donation to the communities of Cheshire in this manner. The Constabulary does maintain its own serious and organised crime unit capability, and that's within Cheshire Constabulary, but it's also local to each of the 8 local policing units that we have in Cheshire. You may have heard of the term, certainly some of you, of beat initiative teams. They're your kind of proactive teams that go out and detect and try to solve crime within our communities. And you may have heard of several search warrants at addresses over the past few weeks that have proactively gone out there upon receiving community information and intelligence through our systems of PCSOs, local officers. That's working very well, bringing in the intelligence by which we've been able to perform a number of warrants with a number of arrests and a number of removal of assets. We also have a Force Intelligence Bureau within Cheshire that gives a daily summary of all available intelligence, and that's action throughout Cheshire where it's appropriate to do so on the level that it's considered correct. Constabulary also share that information with partnership agencies where that refers to the threat to any vulnerable people within Cheshire that may be exploited due to restrictions on their movement. One final measure that I would really want to offer reassurance on, because it's one of the perhaps most serious and heinous matters that policing deals with, and in fact the panel have shown support and interest in, would be child abuse. And I would want to reassure you that, with your support in the past through precept increases and our funding and budget proposals, we do have our own online child abuse investigation team that are constantly digitally working away and searching, working closely with our regional organised crime unit, which take on the higher levels and more serious levels of this nature. Those two internal and external factors, of which we do have some Cheshire resource within the investigation team based in the ROCU, the Regional Organised Crime Unit. The connections there are absolutely strong and do pass information on and I'm pleased to see that search warrants and arrests have continued really strongly, and perhaps at an increased rate to usual within this time. So time has been well invested in dealing with the most serious offences affecting the most vulnerable in Cheshire, and actually this period of time has proved to be a real success in dealing with those involved in that kind of criminality.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for the question, Councillor Bissett. You've got a few items to get through, so I need to keep it tight now. I think the next question is a sort of yes or no answer. I don't think you can have a problem with it, Commissioner. Councillor Norman Plunton-Walsh, please.
Yeah, good afternoon, Commissioner. This one shouldn't be too long. I also note that my cat made an appearance during this broadcast at 3:46, so I do apologise for that. Sorry. So, question 9. You are to be commended for recently holding a remote scrutiny meeting with the Chief Constable. Scrutiny meetings, as you know, have always been supported and have been insightful for members of the Police and Crime Panel. Can you give us an undertaking to inform us and the Secretariat well in advance of these meetings and the frequency of such, so that panel members can benefit from attending remotely as members of the public?
Thank you, Norman. Commissioner, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Chairman. Now, this is a really fair challenge, Councillor. Thank you very much for this. I have been pressing the constabulary in my office on the issues related to police technology and the difficulties with some of that technology, with security and allowing access, etc. I have carried on my meetings, albeit virtually, because they do need to carry on. Obviously, we do advertise those. They are on the website. We do publish the minutes. I do take your extra challenge, though, that these do need to be accessible to the public. I have advised my office and the constabulary that that's an absolute requirement for my July meetings. I have given them a little bit of time, as Cheshire East and other authorities in this panel have taken to get over technological issues. I think some extra issues with policing systems, but I can guarantee you that my whole sets of meetings, management board scrutiny meetings, are on the website. The agendas will always be there a week in advance of the meetings. From the July meetings, those will be accessible by panel members and all those that would wish to accept an invitation in. That technology is currently being confirmed. I will take the extra step, though, as well, of not just publishing these aspects in accordance with guidance on my website. I do agree that it's very useful if I can instruct my office to write to Martin as the administration for the panel through the chairman to obviously allow all members to receive that invitation. I think I've gained real good guidance and challenge from members being available at those meetings in the past, and I clearly want that to continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Norman. Thank you, Commissioner. I think we can do this by 2 o'clock. I've got a couple of other agenda items that after the scrutiny that I can move to. So we're doing well, thank you. I've been a little bit rude. Could I just ask Martin Delaney to put a note on the chat room? I omitted to allow him to briefly come in and comment on the issue around, I know he has a very close association with a deaf charity and he wanted to comment. Apologies, Martin.
It's okay, Chairman. I mean, the time's passed. Just quickly, I've got a meeting on Monday on the phone with the Fire Authority over different issues, but it is something I will be raising with them to get their up-to-date position on. So we'll leave it at that.
All right, I'm grateful for that, Martin. Thank you. And I thought it would be that. I've been getting text messages and chat room messages, and so we're doing okay. Councillor Dave Thompson, my Deputy Chair. Over to you, thank you. You're muted, Dave.
Thanks very much, Chair. We keep doing it. We keep forgetting to unmute. Commissioner, my question to you is, we've talked before about the very commendable work being undertaken by Cheshire Constabulary during the COVID crisis in relation to working with public health and the NHS and a range of other agencies. It may be too soon, but I wanted to ask, could you outline, are steps being taken to put in place things to kind of build upon that? I guess you've got some slightly different relationships with these organisations now than you had before, and I'm just wondering whether there's an opportunity now to kind of build upon what came before.
Thank you. Great question, Commissioner. Your response. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. This is an issue that the Chairman has raised with me offline as well. I do think the crisis has brought together the public sector in a way of real strength. Many will know that I attend the Sub-Regional Leaders Board with other leaders from public organisations, going from local government, fire, policing, health, etc., including businesses and the LEP. There is a clear partnership there that we won't revert to a previous position. That partnership has strengthened. There is a clear arrangement between public sector bodies that is referred to at the moment as a recovery cell. This is officer-led. In terms of chief executive, chief constables, chief fire officers, etc. But this does take us through a coordination towards recovery. It's managed under 4 subgroups of community safety and resilience, health and people, business and economy, environment and infrastructure. That's the kind of technical part of what our public servants are doing with this. From my part, I just really agree with the panel that we mustn't let the advantages in terms of cooperation slip following this period that will lead to recovery, and I'll be making every personal effort to ensure that the good partnership continues in what will hopefully be one day a post-COVID world. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thanks for the question, Dave. I truly believe there's an opportunity. We don't want to lose those partnerships or those bonds. There's a real opportunity for you to lead on the development of a sort of multi-agency risk reduction strategy across health, crime, domestic abuse, in a way that I don't believe has been done before. I think a lot of areas may lose those responsibilities, that cohesiveness after this is over. But if we clock the strength of it and the opportunity for the future, which I think you've done, you've demonstrated, you've done that. So thank you. We are on target. Councillor Andrew Dawson, I know you have a question to put to the Commissioner. You're muted, Andrew.
Hopefully, Commissioner, this is the last one on your list today, so thank you for your perseverance. I'm hoping that when COVID is all over and done with, we as a wider community, not just the police family, but all the emergency services, will be able to come together with the community to be able to commemorate and reflect and recall all those who have sadly died, all those who have contributed so wonderfully in keeping Cheshire as a community going forward. I'm just wondering whether you would be interested in playing a leading role in initiating such an event of commemoration and reflection at the appropriate time. It's premature at the moment, so that we can all come together. I think it is essential that everybody be involved. As you know, I'm a very regular attendant of the emergency service carol concerts, for example. Whilst I love those particular events, I'm very struck by who attends them, more particularly who doesn't. Thank you.
Yeah, just to add perhaps to Andrew's passion in this area, it was to reflect and give credit to the community, because you outlined by and large the way they've responded, not just key workers, but to bring it all together to say, you know, give everyone a pat on the back, because it's very easy for key agencies, so didn't we do well? Well, actually the community did. by and large, as you rightly point out. I wouldn't have believed before this that people would have responded in such a fashion, and that was down to some really cohesive working. But I think we were very keen to ensure that this event wasn't seen as hierarchical, and the public and a multi-faith base to it put the community at the very front of it. So thanks, Commissioner.
Yes, I'd agree with that, and completely agree with Councillor Dawson on his comments there. I think there's nothing quite like the emergency services Christmas carols. The kind of strength of feeling that you get in Chester Cathedral, for instance, where they're held. I've had the honour a couple of times now of being permitted to partake in readings at the cathedral, and as I say, I have been honoured to do that, and do appreciate the panel's support. It's almost as if, Chairman, that someone's been kind of listening in on early plans and conversations on this one, because I am currently involved in discussions about a potential event to both recognise these services given by our communities, volunteers and public sector champions, as well as sacrifices made and the losses incurred in COVID-19. And one of my particular lines of thought, which I welcome your kind of opinions on, is the suitability of combining those events to both celebrate the volunteer effort and to recognise the sacrifices and losses that we've had, because there needs to be some real celebration for the way that communities have come together, and you know, we do need to recognise our volunteers that have led our communities, frankly, as well as essential workers. We need to think carefully about how that fits in with commemorating those that we've sadly lost, which is frankly too large a number for any of us to really imagine, even within Cheshire. So I certainly commit today, Councillor and Chair, to give that some further thought, to keep members of the panel informed of ongoing conversations, and to agree to set along the lines of a much wider partnership event than policing, a much wider community partnership event, and I believe we can all play a strong part in that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Commissioner. We have some really good skill sets within the group, and I'm actually referring to one of the officers who's civic service manager, who has links in with multi-faith organisations and religious establishments in Cheshire, where we could work with you, bringing a group together to ensure, you know, as we outlined, it is truly an event of the people. Okay, thanks for that. Quite a tough session. Everyone did really well. Thank you. Could I ask, I know some members had other questions, that unless someone indicates to me that they're really, really pressing, could they perhaps go forward to the next meeting, or indeed be submitted to the Commissioner's office for a response? Because we've still got 2 items to get through on the agenda in about 6 or 7 minutes. Would the members agree? Okay, so what I want to do is move on to item 10, which is overview scrutiny of, no, sorry, item 11, scrutiny items. This is simple. We can more or less, I'm not trying to dodge it, give it the nod. What it is the link to the papers that the Commissioner's recent remote meet with the Chief Constable. And can I propose, I'm going to have a thorough read of that and work on it to develop some key lines of inquiry for our next meeting. So if we're happy, because we certainly, unless anyone's got a pressing issue here from that scrutiny meeting, it's very detailed and it needs someone to go over it with a microscope. Are we all happy just to give item 11 a nod through?
Yes, Chairman, but can I say something on this item?
I can see your hand there, Paul. Yes, thank you. Please do.
it's a regular item, but we don't seem to treat it very seriously. We never devote any time to it. And I think if it's to continue on the agendas on a regular basis, we want to timetable it and to have all the information sent to us. I know it's available via a link, and treat the item more seriously than perhaps we do.
Thank you, Councillor Finner. I think you're absolutely right, and I've got some ideas around this area, and I'll be looking to pull a meeting together with the Secretariat and some volunteer members that are proportionate. I can see Martin having a little giggle there, but it's about a business style approach to identifying the key issues and how we flag it and what the expectation is for the Commissioner to respond and to be as fair but as concise as possible about the information that we want. And I know some of the members in the group have got some good ideas on that, which will be constructive and will actually save a lot of time and reading for people as well. So thank you for the comment, Councillor Finlow. If we're happy, has anyone got anything else to say on item 11 before I move to the work programme? No, take it all right. Thank you. So if I move, just let me find pages 85 and 86. Martin might want to come in. Do you want to say anything about the meetings, Martin?
Thank you, Chairman. I think obviously there are a number of things which we need to add to the work programme after today's meeting, and I will make sure that is updated. The panel has already agreed to change the date of the April meeting next year, and I would just draw panel members' attention to the programme of informal meetings with the Commissioner, and I've been in discussions with his office about how in the current climate we actually undertake those.
Okay, thank you for that. The Commissioner's left us, hasn't he? I think.
No, he's still. I think he's still in the meeting.
He's still with us, Commissioner. Okay, sorry, he is still with us. That's fine. Mr. Fusar, you're muted, Bob. Still muted. That's it.
Am I on? Right. Just yeah, very quickly. Is it possible that we've got the formal meetings, informal meetings? Is there a possibility that I know it's not a work programme item for us direct, but that we could get the scrutiny meetings of the Police and Crime Commission included in the list, so we know what dates they're on? Because the last one was jumped. Well, we didn't see the last one, did we, on the 13th of May? So we're not aware of it.
Chairman, if I may, if the Commissioner's office are happy to give me those dates, I'd be very happy to build them into the programme for panel members.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, and I think it goes to Norman's question about ensuring and putting it in the calendar of meetings. So members, and I think the Commissioner did agree to do just that, and I know Martin will follow through on that. Okay. Thank you. Issues the panel. This is one of the things we want to discuss as we go forward. This list is really helpful in the way we do business, but I know Deputy Chair myself, and I think Councillor Finlow has indicated an interest in this area, and I'd welcome him, perhaps, or any other member who wishes to have a meeting remotely to discuss the way forward with this. Just conscious issues like Rob Bissett raised, policing, Remembrance Day events, body-worn camera policy, which we don't appear to have in Cheshire, which given today's presentation is really important. Bob raised the issue of technology. There was a national announcement on that yesterday. Stage Streets Fund, I think the Commissioner's confirmed with us he's making a bid for that today. The capital asset value that we requested needs help as well. So we'll arrange that meeting to understand the whole business process. Has anyone got anything to add on that issue, or any ideas about how we better record and ensure that deadlines are met, etc. No? Okay, so if we're happy with that, Martin, I believe that, sorry, I've got Councillor Dawson there raising hand. Thank you, Andrew.
Thanks, Evan. I just want to make sure that we don't lose sight of the complaint issues and the points that Mr. Quateng raised this morning. I'd be looking to have that item dealt with at a very early informal session with the Commissioner, and possibly inform our formal work programme going forward as well. I think we've really got to strike this while the iron is hot.
No, I agree with that, and there's almost equal urgency for me around the airwave issue as well. But I would agree the issue that you've raised today is one of importance. I think Martin will take that away with him. Well, we started this. Sorry, Councillor Finlow?
Yes. Are the informal meeting dates actually agreed with the Commission?
Sorry. Yeah, I think I just saw them on that list, didn't I, Martin?
Are they agreed with the Commissioner?
Those dates actually came from the Commissioner's office.
Oh, can I point out, according to my diary, 21st of October is Cheshire East Full Council. Isn't that right, Martin?
I would need to check the diary, but I'm sure you're right, Councillor Finlow.
As usual, Councillor Finlow, what would we do without you? Thank you. We'll have a look at that.
There's not many people address me like that. Thank you, Chairman.
Having been on the receiving end of you as a councillor and me as a humble officer, I know how astute you are.
Well, that's a long time ago.
A long time ago. I know Councillor Dawson's got something to say. Councillor Dawson, thank you.
No, actually, I don't. I was flagging to raise the point I did before, but thank you very much.
Okay. That was tough. Sorry to put you through that, Amanda. And I'll never forgive you for what you've done to me. Can I just thank everyone? It has been hard, and I've been getting texts, chat room messages, and trying to look at people and watch the screen. There's no perfect solution for these meetings. The biggest requirement is patience, and I thank everyone involved. Thank the Commissioner, the officers. They've been through a stressful period, and Amanda for representing the Warrington Borough so well. I wish you best wishes and safety and well-being as we go forward, and an understanding the really important role we have in ensuring that works so well. But thank you.
Thanks, Evan. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.